D-N-D-N.
Isn't Liberia where, like, Metal Gear Solid Raiden is from?
No one cares about Liberia. It's all about Myanmar.
I thought you were going to say it's all about Miami.
It's really weird that Miami's the only city in the United States that banned the imperial system.
Listen, it's all about that. It's all because of the cocaine and fucking vaporwave aesthetics.
Early aesthetics.
It's all about the high beams and Texas license plate aesthetic.
I don't use my high beams like ever.
You're from Texas, yeah, you do.
I don't actively.
I have it on good authority. Everyone in Texas uses their high beams.
I was literally born in Ohio, sir.
Yeah, you're Big Tex.
I didn't give myself that name.
No, Alex did.
You say it was Alex. I'm pretty sure it was you.
I did not come up with Big Tex, 100%.
I'm pretty sure you did.
I am 100. This is like that time as a kid. I had a buddy who was convinced I gave him Star Fox Adventure, the one with the furry, for his fucking birthday one year, and I know for a fact I didn't.
Ben just refuses to believe.
I'm pretty sure I stole someone's copy of Mario Kart Advance when I was a kid.
Was that the game, Ben, where you play a Star Fox, but they take away your gun at the beginning and you have to use a stick for the...
Yeah, and there's the furry.
I hated that game.
Yeah.
Pretty funny.
My buddy was convinced I gave it to him. I'm like, unless your mom bought it and said it was from me, even though I always got you stupid shit already. 'Cause, you know, I was a kid. I had no fucking money. I wasn't buying other people video games. I needed to buy myself video games.
Understood. Understandable, I mean.
So,
It's also understood.
Same
No, I
thing.
didn't
Big
understand.
Tex. I wish I gave you that nickname, but I didn't. Alex had to have.
Alex hasn't commented on that ever.
She has stayed so weirdly neutral. I feel like she's just enjoying the fact that you're gaslighting yourself, William.
What? Firstly, gaslighting implies I care.
In that case, you're gaslighting me unintentionally.
It might be intentional. Who knows? Yes.
Is it as intentional as you're wont to run over Hannah while she's on bike?
Well, no. I mean, it's intentional as much as Kim persuades me for it to be.
Oh, are you saying that Kim is just trying to convince you to be a serial killer? Is that what's going on here?
I think that's always been our dynamic.
I mean, I'm pretty sure at some point you guys implied I was a serial killer, but...
I think I made that joke. I made that joke. You're inspiring. What can I say?
Oh,
I learned it from you.
Oh, God.
Hope you're recording this.
Kim, if you had to be a serial killer, how would you get away with it?
In 10 hours, then, when I sit in bed and I listen to this, I'm gonna be really mad if I don't hear that conversation.
Kim.
Yes.
You had to be a serial killer. How would you do it?
I would use methods that
Patience,
make
obviously,
look...
feed them potassium.
I mean, depending on how much you feed them potassium, you don't have to be that patient.
I mean, you can't just bludgeon them with fucking, with a lot of bananas.
No, I was gonna say it in a manner that makes it look natural. And to be fair, potassium could make it look somewhat natural if you don't go too overboard with the potassium.
Well,
it's just hard to hide the bruises.
No, you get the supplements of potassium. It's really not that hard.
You aren't that patient if you're murdering them.
As Kim casually explains the best way to serial kill people. You hear that, William? Just beat Hannah with a bushel of bananas.
I will say.
Oh my god, it all comes full circle with the one-winged cog, William!
There it is.
I am technically on a medication that makes it so I retain potassium, so it wouldn't even take that much. I can't even have, like, fucking bananas.
How
So,
can you
yeah.
technically be on a medication?
In reality. You know, in this reality.
In all seriousness.
After leaving Nashtween, making your way as stealthily and away from prying eyes as you could into the lands of Kintaran, you snuck towards Boralys, intent on prying a binding away from the hands of the Red Band. You found out through scouting, through arcane means, through everything at your disposal that there are a lot of fucking people here and there has been a rift. A strange vampire known as Corvier stays in Virat while the Red Band, or at least the grand majority, have went to Boralys, waiting on orders before they attack Nashtuin. Intent on trying to find the best way in, you eventually came upon the back entrance, a cave that would hopefully lead to the mines of Mount Dock?
Mount Doom,
Yes,
I
Mount
think.
Dock. And for at least a little bit of luck, you made your way through this cave to the mines and into the iron mines of Boralys. It was here, after many an obstacle, many a strange danger, you came upon one final one. A group of ogres, seemingly stuck within the mountain, trying to escape. So, I ask unto you all, after a drawn-out conversation, a level of idea discussion, and God knows what kind of plan, you guys continued your preparations, believing maybe perchance a way out was shortly ahead of you. I ask unto you all, Owen, Rom, Simon, Sophia, Evian, Ishri, and Walker. You are in this cave on the seeming edges of this very well stripped and abandoned iron mine. What are you guys doing?
Can we talk? What the fuck are we actually doing? I think there was an idea to, like, fucking SWAT style, just go murder everyone in the house or something. That seems kind of fucked up.
And that was the
But
correct
efficient.
plan of action.
Yeah.
I was making it silent in each of the levels and then murdering.
I think there's also something about sending funny wizards familiar up above to get us an immediate, like, above ground view of the area, so that Simon can then translate that to a map for us to know the route we're taking or something.
If we use Onyx to, like, you know, case the streets, as it were, we can, like, if they have patrols or something, we can, you know, establish patterns, and then that way we can avoid as much notice as possible on the way to the house, and then once we get to the house, then, like, while Onyx is scouting, we can look at the inside of the house with clairvoyance, and that way we'll all know where to go. So so it's not, like, new to us as we go.
We just finished a night's rest, right?
Yes. This would be, unless
so.
there was, yeah, so this would be the next, air quotes, morning.
Should we discuss any other of our plans out of character before we get into it, or?
Over tea, Owen will fill Sophia in over regarding the ogres and what we learned about them.
Well, I mean, seems like you've already decided what we're doing, so with the ogres, so doesn't really matter, does it?
I mean, I just thought you should know.
He shrugs.
It matters in the sense that they're still ahead of us, and that they'll still be here when we return.
I mean, if we befriend them, we can at least know for sure they won't just walk up behind us and attack us out of nowhere. Or follow us behind when we find an exit and then barge in and destroy the stealth plan. Just saying, at least if we befriend them, perhaps that would prevent those things from happening.
It would be quite bad for them to accompany us in any way, I think.
I'm not sure if
So I'm agreeing with you, as in we should try and convince them to stay behind.
I'm fairly sure that they don't intend to follow us from, what I said to them and they said to me. I think I convinced them.
I mean, but didn't they want to find an exit? I mean, they seem like, they seem like creatures who are not very intelligent, but intelligent enough to put together that we're leaving. They want to leave. Their best way of getting out would be to follow us?
We'll have to do something to prevent that.
I mean, I told them that we'd get them on our way back.
Based on their activity, it seems they've been most active during the nights when we've been sleeping. It's possible that they are nocturnal creatures. Or something like that. It might be as easy as just ensuring that they are asleep when we go by. But I agree, we'll need to take some measure to ensure that they don't run any plans that we make.
Suppose it's time to pack up and get ready to move. Unless there's anything else.
Well, the ladder needs to be fixed.
Mm-hmm.
Walker kind of stands, stretches slightly, begins walking that way, maybe grabs some of the planks that are leaning nearby to carry with him. Or not planks, but some of the, cut wood, things that, spare materials, that is. There you go.
You're heading down?
Down?
Or down the...
Walker's going to head to the ladder to begin.
Yeah, that's what I mean, heading down the cave towards the ladder.
Evian will go with the help.
Oh boy.
As he might need, as the top's been ripped off, someone to come back up.
Yeah.
Right. You go and you can see where a couple of the boards are still just as messed up as they were when last, I believe it was Rom who saw that, and then before that, Walker? I don't remember. But,
yeah, Walker checked in the middle of the night.
Either way, it is as it was left.
The goof was just the top bit was ripped down, right? But it's still like most of it's still
yeah,
attached.
the rope is still fine. It just looks like it was like yanked off of the top pythons, like smashed up a bit.
Right. Walker will more or less.
I'm sorry. You would also, well, yeah, you've got dark vision. You're good. You can see at the top there is what looks like a table, a little busted up, leaning up like sideways, right near where the hole in the floor is.
Like blocking it?
Not blocking it, just leaning up next to it.
I'm having trouble picturing this. There's a table that's at the top of the shaft.
Okay, kind of like this. Okay, let me draw it.
Okay.
So, if you're looking, like, here's the shaft. This is where the ladder was. This is looking vertically down on it. The table is, like, right over here, put up sideways, and there's the table leg. Does that make sense? And, like, Walker is down here.
Okay.
Like, so Walker looking up at it, you can still see where the ladder is, but, like, next to it, there's a table leaning up.
Wouldn't this be
a wall?
Cave, the wall of the cave?
Yeah, doesn't the ladder lead up to the exit to the shaft?
Yes, which is an opening, like, it's still caves. Like, imagine that kind of thing.
Wait, so this is just in the middle of a cave?
Yeah, like I said, it was like boarded over, and then this was just like busted open.
I thought this was
it was like a floor. No, it was a floor destroyed.
Huh.
So
there's just a table nearby.
It was not there when last
cover or something.
That's what it kind of looks like.
Walker is just kind of, as he spots that, just kind of standing, holding his chin, the thinking pose, looking up, pondering. What the fuck is that doing there?
Could it have been the ogres put it there for some reason or another?
Unless there's something else in this cave.
Who knows at this point?
It almost looks like something was using it for cover. Do you want to go check it out?
Sure. And Evian will go check it out.
Just be careful, Evian. One sign of trouble and run back.
Evian will nod at that before hopping on up.
Walker's, in the meantime, just going to go over basic materials, what needs to be done to fix the ladder, and beginning preparations to do so. You won't actually begin until Evian's back, though.
Begin with a quick couple of hops, and half the ladder is still vaguely good to go. It is no effort at all for you to get to the top of the shaft that once had a very nice, if simple, elevator on it. And it looks like a table. The one that you saw when last you were up here. It has been moved. One of the legs is a little busted up. Just sitting here.
Anything else change in the upstairs area?
Not.
Or mostly just
looks like the table got moved. That's about it.
Okay. Well, that's good.
I mean, nothing else at a glance seems to, going in, investigating, nothing seems any different.
Okay, yeah, I'll hop back down and tell Walker that I have no idea why that table is there, but it doesn't seem to be hurting anything.
Right. Well, let's make sure that we are listening for any trouble, then.
I will keep an ear out.
Is it nearby?
Of course.
Walker will give her a look, You too.
She gives a curt nod, and her ears go back for a second before flopping back forward. Kind of shakes her head a bit and begins sniffing the air.
God, Sin has an easy life. Just sit around and listen while other people work. I guess we'll... I mean, you're also helping.
Yeah, well.
So I guess we get to work fixing the ladder. You need anything for this, Bob?
Both of you can give me your good checks.
Respective checks.
So do you want me to give you? I think I gave you an athletics check last time because I was the one holding shit. Do you want me to do that again, or do you want a carpenter school's tools? For
didn't you just give me advantage for Evian helping?
You know what? Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, I did. So you can go ahead and do that again.
Sure. It's not the quickest thing to find, despite the fact that I already had it in the chat. And I could.
Yeah, you could just. Oh my god.
No, it's extant.
You it takes a while, and you're like, it works, but it takes longer than you would have liked. There's some frayed rope where you cut off a couple feet here and there and re-tie it on, trying to tie it a little bit tighter, just kind of creating new knots.
I imagine we had to redo the top pittons, and that means putting them in a slightly different location.
Yeah,
but the ground's already kind of fucked up.
It took longer than you it takes fucking 45 minutes to fix them, because by the time you're all right, well, is we'll check the rest and make sure. So you go through all of it, make sure it's sturdy, and it's 45 minutes, better part of an hour, getting it all fixed up. But by the time you're done, you're confident. It might not be as good as last time, but it's definitely good enough. It's definitely, I believe I described it the same last time. It is not OSHA compliant, but it will work for what you need.
If the specific thing was that this one is meant to last several trips, while the one at the other end is supposed to be like us getting out and that's it.
Yeah, this is... Yeah, it'll last definitely a few trips. Right,
well, I guess that's the best that we can do here. Shame they broke it before. It already wasn't the most sturdy.
Those make that a little inconvenient.
Well, either way, it should still last for a while. Let's go get the others. And Walker walks towards the others.
Anything anyone else was doing over the course of the morning?
Packing.
Vivid.
Reading a book. And she's
right.
finished her project.
So, getting your... I'm sorry?
I was gonna say, Easter's probably just kind of like slowly walking around, enjoying the nice, dank, quiet, but nice, dank, dark
Kush?
cave. Mm-hmm. What? No. Yeah, Easter's high as balls right
That checks out.
on cave life.
She's high on life.
Has she done drugs?
There's a fun after dark question.
Let's circle back to that.
Yeah, that can go. We'll put a pin in it for later. So, you guys eventually make your way back. The camp now all but broken up and ready to go. You guys are prepared for the next leg of this journey. What are you doing?
So, the ladder's fixed. What are we doing at the moment? My idea is we can secure passage, make sure we can actually get out of this cave, and after that, also do whatever negotiations we need to do with the monsters, and then send Simon's familiar out, look for our specific route, pay attention for any guard patrols that we'll have to be dealing with.
We'll have to find the entrance to the cave first.
I don't think it'll be too difficult at this point, especially considering what they're using it for.
Perhaps not.
Well, let's see to it then.
All right. So,
We ascend the ladder.
right, everyone is
time.
good. No one has any last minute things. You're all ascending the awkward couple of minutes of having to firemen's carry the dogs up the ladder. Though thankfully them being magical and understanding means that they understand how to sit the fuck still. And after a hearty 10 minutes of lifting all of your belongings and things up this mine shaft, you are now on top where, Walker, you see the aforementioned turned over table.
Walker sees this?
I mean, you all would once you get up there, yeah.
I was about to say.
You know, like, I was just giving it to Walker because he's the one who initially noticed it.
It's actually invisible to everyone except Walker.
Oh my god. Walker, once everyone's up top, will point to it and say, "This wasn't here before. I have no idea what they're trying to do with it, but there's certainly some intention behind it."
Owen just kind of shrugs, unsure of what to make of it.
No one knows what to make of the fucking table. I
And
love it.
Walker's gonna walk forward if no one has anything to say.
Which direction are you guys going?
I was going to ask, like, is this a natural passageway? Is this part of the mine?
This is part of the mine, yeah. This is a natural cave that is part of the mine. It is very blatant, like this was probably the main thoroughfare. The way it susses out is essentially it looks like there was a portion that went down that they continued to mine out where they had this elevator system set up, but they built on top of it as well, so you could walk past it and continue down the mine. So that was what you guys came in on, was just one of the offshoots that happened to go straight down from here.
We've established that Walker. We've established that Walker and Owen both know which way north is, right?
Yeah.
So I guess we head west and check with dogs to make sure there's a shit smell at some point.
Shouldn't there also be, like, if it's, if they mined out this whole tunnel, or most of it, shouldn't there be, like, tool marks that would indicate which way they were coming from?
Yes. Yeah. Like, it's not, like, now that you're in the mine itself, it is very easy to figure out, like, which direction is deeper and which direction is closer to the entrance. So, you begin heading west in what you hope is the direction of escape. Can I get a marching order?
Same, probably?
Walker, Owen, Simon,
sounds
Sophia,
good.
Rom, Ishri, Evian at the back.
Mm-hmm.
Perception checks from the front and back.
Do you want like survival or something from Walker, or do you want perception?
Just
We
perception.
need survival at this point?
There's not really a lot of survival you can do here.
Okay.
You're following what you presume is the main mine shaft right now.
It's pretty good.
Hey, Ben, I just want to say Onyx is just dismissed right now, correct?
I'm sorry? Unless you needed him for something.
I was just trying to plan out the timing for coming out, like, pull him back out.
It's just an action to pop him back out, because he didn't die.
Yeah.
Depending on spell slots and whatnot, we could invisibility him again to do some scouting during the day.
Is that William or Walker?
Sorry, I'm a little bit out of it, so...
It sounded like Walker just started talking about spell slots.
So I'm just looking over
he's
at
an
Walker.
expert.
No. William is saying that. That is an option that we could take.
I mean, we could... Oh, wait, hold on. I don't know if I can do that. I don't have invisibility, so...
Logan, what the fuck is with your audio
He said
quality?
he's on his phone because his
I'm on
internet's
my
down.
phone.
What? Shit, dude, that sucks.
I'm sorry, yeah.
Yeah, I could make him invisible. Or I could have the hour for that. If we think that's necessary. How are we getting into the city, though? Are we just walking down the stairs?
I think we're just going to secure the route for now. I don't
I
think...
figured if we can watch for a time, a few days, maybe more, and use the cover of darkness, that'll help at least. And then if we avoid notice altogether, more's the better, but I don't see any reason why we shouldn't, if we know the way and we know where the patrols are going, there's no reason why we shouldn't be able to just slip past them all. Especially with and it can just kind of like indicates Walker and Sin. I don't know I don't know whether to call that magic still, or like I don't know.
I think Walker implied he was magical last session. We'll need to wait till the cover of night, at least, before any of us attempt to exit the cave. Or the
So
mine.
then are we gonna deal with the ogres more than just leaving them alone?
I suppose it depends on where they're staying.
There's been no sign of them so far. I've been looking for anything that might show they were around. I've seen nothing so far.
Maybe they turned into the table.
Walker looks to Ishri, wondering if she's being serious.
I mean,
Ishri just smiles.
Ron, do you remember anything about the table when you were speaking to them?
I mean, I didn't look up there. I couldn't see.
Didn't they throw you down a table leg?
Yeah, they threw you the table for fire so that you could see.
I don't
But
think
then
it's
you cast a light spell on it instead.
Oh, they did throw me a table leg for, a torch, but I put light, I cast light on it, Could I see anything else?
And the table
Above,
wasn't there
like,
at the
the table?
time. No.
I didn't see it. She kind of shrugs.
I mean, maybe they just left the table since it lost its leg?
She shrugs again.
But either way, they don't currently seem like a threat. It's just if we're going to be staying here for a couple days.
Rom, you said they had mentioned they couldn't find a way out. Does that imply that we would be safe nearer to the exit, that we would not encounter them there? I'm not sure if I want to take that risk.
I mean, they didn't seem aggressive, did they?
It's not that I'm worried about. I'm worried about them ruining any opportunities to be unseen, unheard.
Do you guys continue on as you discuss?
Yeah, I think at this point we're just trying to find the exact entrance so we know what we're doing.
After
Unless anyone has any specific plans to deal with the ogres, Walker is, of course, looking out for any signs of them.
After about 10, maybe 15 minutes, it begins to open up more, and you can tell now, like, this is natural. This is all, like, natural cave that had been mined out. It opens up to the point where, like, it's maybe 15 feet across. The ceilings are 15, 20 feet. The scaffolding is less intense, more disrepair, and Walker, you can hear this sound echoing up ahead.
There's got to be ogre snores, right?
Certainly tracks.
Is that what it sounds like?
Vaguely.
Is that what that was meant to be? Walker holds up a hand to, halt the others. I hear something up ahead. It might be them. Did anyone respond to that? Hello?
Yeah.
I think I wasn't like disconnected or something. Yeah, Walker halts the party and says, "I hear something up ahead. It's probably them."
Okay. You want us to avoid this path? Do you want us to speak to them?
Well, it sounds like they're sleeping. Though I can't say for certain.
So?
Walker kind of glances at the group and their
Do we want
big
to
ol'
past them quietly, or?
the big old heavy armor. That's one option.
I mean, we can try to find another path since they don't know where the exit is. It's probably not wherever they are.
Perhaps the path that we seek is simply too small for them to pass through.
Maybe beyond them as well. We track based on the direction we're going.
I can use my magic to make it so that they will not hear us pass.
Out of character. Isn't that only one spot?
I mean, it depends on how close they are together.
Oh, like putting it on them.
Yeah.
But Owen's wearing heavy armor, so they might hear him approach.
Give me a couple minutes.
Oh man. Also, they're snoring, which is kind of loud in of itself. We might be fine just to try to. Okay. Based on the amount of noise while just sleeping, it's possible we can just get by unnoticed. Sophia, are you capable of using that spell right now?
Which one?
The one that would allow Rom to speak to them once more.
Sure, I can also speak to them. I can currently put up a ritual for myself so that I can understand them.
Whatever you prefer. Whatever you think is best in the situation.
Well, give
Let's
me a
leave
minute.
that as... sure, but let's leave that as a last resort and try to get past them without being noticed first.
We'll be able
They
to
wake up
still
and then-
ritual cast comprehend language as well.
Yeah, nothing against that.
Right, ritual. You said you were ritual casting comprehend languages?
Mm-hmm. I can't speak to them with that.
At least you can understand. Righty. And after another 3 or 4 minutes of walking, the cave gets smaller, and you can see where, like, it's blatantly obvious that they barely fit as it kind of thins out. You guys have to go, you know, one by one for, like, single file for less than, like, 30 seconds, but enough that, like, you can see where they, like, cut and nick themselves on little bits of protruding rock and stuff like that. And after that, you're very loud echoing of what seems like a singular ogre snore.
Wait a minute, are they like on watch or something?
They did mention like insects or something, right?
Yeah.
That's what they eat.
But I think, did Rom explain that? I'm assuming Ron just explained everything, so we're all on the same page.
Alex, was that accurate?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think there's only one of them snoring. Either the other two are lighter sleepers, or they're taking watches.
I mean, there might just not snore.
Like I said.
Could be.
Well, either way, let's keep that backup plan in mind and proceed with caution.
If you wish me to use my magic, it will take me some time to prepare the spell.
Can you do that while moving?
No?
Not usually, no.
Hmm.
It requires a more specific concentration. The same way you have to concentrate if you cast a spell from ritual cast it. The same concentration for longer.
So would that assist us here? Wouldn't you have to be close to use it?
I would have to see.
Well, if we see, we'll know whether or not it'll help. So let's get to that point first.
And then we do.
Are you guys going stealth at this point, or what? What is the plan?
Yes, I want to
Okay.
roll a stealth check.
I mean, yeah, a bit. Like,
All
not
right.
super, like I mean, you know,
We try to be quiet.
we know that this isn't going to super work, but we're going to try.
Oh, love. Wait, double down, double down.
Oh, oh, and here we go.
I also rolled a 2.
Oh my god.
Sophia did pretty good.
Oh, who are we waiting on?
Wrong?
Well,
Oh, love that.
I think we're all
God.
singing like
Average.
the Seven Dwarves like song together as we go through the.
oh, fucking! Is this the first time Evian has led stealth on anything?
Oh my! Wait, is Evian leading?
I mean, 14, yeah.
He's the same as Sophia, which is also pretty awesome.
Oh.
Yeah. That's
Oh my god, Evian and Sophia are the quiet ones right now.
Average of 8. It's an average of 8, guys.
Yeah.
Love that. Love that.
Which is already rough, but when you consider the fucking how bad some of these are. Ugh. You guys begin moving, and as you get it begins to open up, and you know, you start to turn, and I like look to each other, and marching order and real quick. Ishri, you are doing your best to be quiet, and like kind of pauses and like cocks an ear up at you. Sin right behind Walker. Walker, you go to turn, and kind of like, you know, like you can see starting to like crest around the cave, like something that you presume is a sleeping ogre, and you go to turn, and as you do, Owen, you stop, and everyone just kind of starts like stopping in quick order, and Ishri, you, not wanting to run into Rom, stumble off to the side, and you just loudly kick this about fist-sized rock, which clunks, echoing off of your heavy iron boot.
I really thought you were going to say she kicks her dog. I really thought you were going to say that.
No. The snoring immediately stops.
Balls.
Sophia, who already has comprehend language, is ready to cast tongues at any moment.
Yeah, Walker looks to Sophia.
Sophia
Clearly,
tries to go past Simon to go closer towards the front.
clearly it's time for a backup plan.
Ishri whispers, "I'm really sorry," but again, it's an Ishri whisper, so she just says it.
Of course.
You note it echoes. This is a very large cave. And you hear calling back to you after about 5 seconds, "I'm really sorry." Back. As Ishri, your voice echoes incredibly well in this large cavernous opening in the mine. You just start to hear...
Is this actual words?
No. The translation you get is it's half-awake grumbling.
Okay.
Does comprehend language translate that?
Yeah.
That's
we
fine.
I mean, no, Sophia doesn't translate that.
He's waking up.
Oh, I didn't mean... I was like the spell would tell you what that was.
No. I mean,
Well, that was
I
funny.
would be able to understand that it is not words.
Yeah, you can understand that it's
Right.
incoherent babbling.
I just like to think that it's just like subtitles at the bottom of her vision, and she just sees... Never mind, go ahead.
Do we feel like vibrations of him like moving around? He's a big
No,
boy.
like you can hear shuffling, but you don't feel vibrations or anything.
Did Sophia successfully move past Simon towards the front?
I'm sorry?
Sophia's trying to shove Simon out of the way to go to the front.
Okay. You make your way to the front next to Walker and Owen.
And I try to look ahead.
You have dark vision?
No, but she get out dancing light.
Maybe
At this point, she get dancing light, yeah.
maybe if we stay quiet, he'll just go back to sleep.
At this point, she'd probably put them
That
a little
whisper?
bit further to like make sure it's a bit dimmer.
Alright. You hear what? And then you feel a couple of big, heavy, like, echoing steps as this ogre seems to be getting to its feet. Your dancing lights are continuing to move, but have not yet made it as far as wherever this seems to be. Walker...
She's trying to make sure it's not going fast because she doesn't want to bother him if possible with the lights.
No, but, like, eventually you guys do get, like, you can see it moving. And just, like, staring at like, sitting up, kind of, like, standing, stumbling. You can see this giant thing, like, start scratching its ass and just kind of staring at the lights, blinking. Seemingly unnoticing of you guys, despite, you know, being here.
What
Looks over.
What does it look like?
It is...
Like, is it wearing clothes?
It is wearing what looks like insect chitin armor, but just like shorts that go down into knee pads. Nothing above that. No boots, no nothing else. Very, very fat, but at the same time, the arms are a bit on the more slender side, especially compared to how, like, bulbous and fat the gut is. No real neck to speak of. The head just kind of coming out of this giant, unending fat around the chest area, like where the shoulders just kind of go up to a head, almost triangularly. But yes, like I said, the arms are on the skinnier side compared to everything else, and it just kind of steps a couple feet forward and just Walk! Egg! Walk! Walk!
Sophia
Oh,
just whispers over to Walker Owen. I think he's looking for the other ones.
Let's hold for now.
You then watch as he starts like looking around, and then you hear boom, 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 as he dives behind a stalagmite, a very large one in the middle of this room, hiding from the light.
I think he's a bit spooked by the fact that there's light here and not his friends.
Walk!
They must be elsewhere.
Egg! Walk! Egg! Walk!
Yeah,
Walk!
he's just calling out names. As in, like, the names of people around him, I think.
You want to... Oh! Don't be fighting me! I'm not... I got friends!
He doesn't want to fight.
Then can we simply move past him?
Just to mention, this is the exact same voice been used for the guy that Henry Walker, Amari, and Simon ganked in the fucking woods of that yurt. I wanted to point that out.
I think it might be worth clarifying things with them so that they don't try to follow us behind once he gets his friends.
At this point, I don't think we have a choice.
We don't mean to be any threat. We just want to travel past. I'm with Rom, who you met yesterday, I believe, during the night.
Comprehend languages. You understand you cannot speak.
I just cast tongues.
I'm sorry. I brain fired there. Okay. There's a pause. It just. Oh, hello. Okay.
My name's Sophia.
You're the ladder fairies, right?
What?
The ladder fairies, right?
Sure. I mean, we do come from the ladder, and we've fixed ladders. We've done that twice or 3 times, I suppose, by now.
I left you a table to use for parts of it.
Oh, that's very generous of you.
Helpful? You can see, like, sticking his head around this massive stalagmite and, like, still kind of scared.
Walker, was the table useful in fixing the ladder?
What?
The table, but they left us to fix the ladder.
Walker's blinked several times.
They left us a table.
I did not use the table in fixing the ladder.
It was very generous of you to give us the table, but since we're ladder fairies, as you say, we didn't need it. But we appreciate the gesture, though.
We're what?
There's a quiet moment of consideration before kind of comes around and like walking around the stalagmite and walking towards you. Is anyone else staying up front with you right now?
Soon Walker and Owen.
I mean,
Yeah, Walker-
I will, since
Walker's gonna have
saw
Sophia's
me
back
before,
here.
presumably.
As a fellow ladder fairy, Walker would not abandon Sophia in her time of need.
Odd. As you see this massive fucking, like, each step is just like no coordination, just big bulging nothingness. Comes over and like stands maybe 10 feet tall, 10 and a half, easily minimum 900,000 pounds. This thing.
Did you say 900,000?
900,000 pounds.
Okay.
It is not nearly 1,000,000 pounds.
He's so dense.
Yeah, it comes from the brain. All the weight's in there.
Sophia
Like
just
heavy.
is looking up.
Walker, while standing up Sophia, has a hand on his crossbow, doing his best to look intimidating despite how unintimidating his stature is.
And Sophia is doing her best to look very laid back and non-threatening.
The more insightful amongst you would notice very blatantly, like I would say anyone who has proficiency in it, would be able to read the body language. This thing is scared right now, looking at you all. Trying to do his best not to show it, but not doing a great job.
You said you had friends, yes?
Just a nod and kind of like looking beyond you. Yeah, there's more of us. The rest of you hear, it seems, Sophia, like, it's very weird because you hear that, but you don't hear that. What's essentially happening is it's translating the nuances of pitch as well as understanding. But I digress. There's just a momentary, like, looking about you all and... Yo, what are you doing here, then? What do you need?
We're currently looking for an exit. I believe, Ron mentioned that last night.
It's right over there! And, like, points into the darkness.
Yeah.
It's blocked off, though.
It's what?
Blocked off.
By what?
Off?
Is there any opening at all, or is it just completely blocked off?
You see as the ogre pauses for a moment, he begins picking at his ear, thinking, gets something out of his ear and licks his finger. I think blocked off? Oh. I don't really go over there much. They just kind of do their thing.
But
right?
Didn't you guys want an exit?
Heavy nodding, almost like excited dog nodding. Yeah, we wanted an exit. Of course we did.
How did you end up here? I mean, you guys are pretty big.
Yeah, we were hunting one of the big fat, like, kind of like pointing at your dogs. Look that, but bigger and fatter. The things that disappeared when it's cold.
The things that disappear when it's cold? The wolves?
No, not like a bigger, fatter.
Is he talking about the bear?
The bear?
Probably. We chased it into a cave and got lost.
So, you got lost in the caves and now you don't know how to get back out? Okay,
There's an embarrassing nod at that.
Have you tried tracing your path back? I mean, you seem pretty deep into the cave right now.
You see the very concept seems foreign to this man. Okay. No? How? What path?
What did it say about the exit, Sophia?
Well, the exit is apparently blocked off by stuff. Is the exit blocked off by stone or just like wooden objects? Does it look like a tree? Is it the same color as a tree?
Yeah, wood stuff. You know, like the trees. That kind of stuff.
So if the exit is blocked off by some kind of wooden structure. Probably.
Like pointing a thumb behind him. Go look. I mean,
if you want an exit, why did you never try breaking it down?
We did.
Sophia, be careful.
And like you see as he turns and like shows you like the back of his shoulder where there's like this giant, blatantly was badly infected and cut up and didn't heal right gash.
And how did that happen?
Tried to slam into it. They threw me into it and it didn't move.
So it's very sturdy. Okay.
Is he like how bad are we talking here, man? Like, is he gangrenous?
No, it looks like there was like a lot of like there's like
dead tissue?
Yeah, there's a lot of dead tissue where it like didn't heal properly and was just like a cut the guy ignored, but eventually it was fine.
But like
there's a nice little cavernous indent where there's no flesh really outside. It's like, you know, there's like calloused muscle and the flesh is healed over badly, stuff like that.
I really don't like describing bodies as cavernous.
It happens sometimes.
If he's got dead, like if it's
Don't tell
not
me
dead
that, Kim.
skin,
It does.
then isn't that what gangrene is rotting flesh that's attached to the rest of you?
Yeah, I guess. I didn't want to commit to calling it gangrenous, but yeah.
Can I help this creature?
Oh my
Probably.
God. Fucker.
Sophia, could you ask him if he knows what? I mean, I that's a nasty cut he's got. I can help him with that, but he'll have to sit still.
Would you like some help with the cut there?
Ask him if it hurts.
It would hurt less after.
There's a moment, like, just mouth hanging open. You start to see drool coming out of the right corner, and then, okay. The rest of you hear, Durstall.
You would have to sit still, though.
Just as he just sits right there.
That's so good. Like, I was gonna like lean over to Walker and like kind of half whisper. See if you can go and take a look at what he's talking about while I work on him.
Sophia would walk up to Owen and just say,
There is a potential that I could, with this spell and another spell I have an object memorize keywords, and I could use them again so we could communicate with them in the future. Without me having to cast the spell every time.
Something to keep in mind.
Since I can cast another ritual spell, I can understand them at will.
Sophia, see if you can try to figure out where the others are.
Do you have any idea where your friends were?
Ooh, they went
distract
hunting.
them.
I'm not very good at that, so they went hunting without me. It's all.
Okay. Do they usually go hunting without you then?
No.
As per
Like, he
direction.
kind of looks down, kind of crestfallen.
I mean, you guys can tell that Sophia's clearly repeating some of the stuff that he is saying so that you guys can also understand part of the conversation.
Well then. Maybe they were just a bit worried and wanted somebody to stay back where you were sleeping as backup, just since, you didn't know about us.
Give me a persuasion check.
Trying to comfort this board. Persuasion?
Yeah.
It's pretty big, dude.
You see him consider for a moment, and
I mean, are you saying, like,
they've
you'd be
never
pretty
really
good
cared
backup?
about me like that, but maybe.
I mean, you could help them out if ever something happened, you'd be the backup.
He looks kind of excited, and like he starts to like shuffle a bit, and like goes to stand up, then
don't
remembers he's
trust them.
supposed to sit down, and falls and crashes again. Looking almost embarrassed as you like to see if anyone's gonna scold him for standing up.
Owen's gonna like take like one or two tentative steps forward, and then like look between the ogre and Sophia.
Sophia, try to see which way they went hunting.
Sophia just looks over to Owen and just like does a sign with her head and her hand to say it's okay.
Where do they usually go hunting? In what direction?
Where you came? Well,
Where-
normally
where-
I go to. You know where you came up the ladder.
Usually you go down that path?
No, further past it. Not down there. Down there's okay. Lots of bugs.
Okay, that's too many bugs. Okay, so there's another path in that
Keeps
direction?
going. Yeah.
Okay.
For a while, I think.
Then usually that's where the bugs are more individual and separated, right?
He gives a nod as he begins licking something he pulled out of his nose.
While Sophia continues the conversation, Walker is going to look to the others. Ishri, stay with them, watch over them. Evian, Simon...
Walker,
Timothy.
as you're saying that, you just hear as he spits, and what sounds like a rock goes clanging against the wall nearby.
Ugh. Rom, come with us as well.
He begins uttering, well, how'd that get in there? And then begins picking his nose a bit deeper.
They're gonna go see if they can find where your friends went, and also look at the exit.
Is that are those in opposite directions?
Yes, those are in opposite directions.
That's fine. It's both down the one path, isn't it?
No.
Oh, okay, never mind that.
The
You're just
hunting
gonna go
thing was
see
the
the
way
exit.
we.
Okay,
The hunting was the way we came.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Whereas
I
heading further
misunderstood.
west is in this large cavern on the other side is where the
They're going to see what you mean by the exit being blocked.
I'd like to, while Sophia's talking to this guy, I'd like to make a medical assessment of this ogre, which is not a sentence that I thought I would be using.
All right. How about we get a nice little map going?
Yeah.
Let's get a map
I
going.
mean, that's also good.
Is the ogre gonna punch me when I start doing stitches on him?
I mean, depending on, you probably wouldn't be able to do stitches the way Ven described the wound. You'd probably be only able to like remove what is dead and then put a bandage over it because.
So it heals better.
Yeah, and then if you want to do
Yeah,
magic,
you broke that shit.
What'd you say, Alex?
I mean,
Bride?
yeah, exactly.
Debride?
That's the word. Debride is the term that's used for removing dead skin.
trying something new. So
Is there an origin for this?
Well,
Like an etymology?
Mm.
All right.
probably.
Bro, if we unblock that exit, there's fucking ogres gonna be waltzing into.
So there is a
Wow.
map for you guys. I'm trying something new with the maps in the recording too. Hope that goes well.
Yeah, I guess you'll talk about that later.
Yeah.
Zog!
Yeah, his name's Zog.
The true hero, the chosen one.
There you go.
Anyway, and medicine check, please.
So
Me.
I guess
Can I move myself up to our good friend Zog?
those who are going with Walker should move their tokens over here.
Yeah.
It's me, Owen, the prince.
There's some shit that was supposed to be hidden, but I kind of fucked it up.
Is Ishri on this map?
I see her there.
Let me
Ishri
reload.
has assumed a guard position. Her sword is out, and she's looking, and she's sending Blue the dog to just basically run circles around everyone, keeping a lookout.
I think as Walker makes to leave, he'll lean to Ishri. Send your dog with me. Sin will stay here. If anything happens here, have Lily let us know.
Sophia would
and we'll let
also
you know if anything happens
offer
to
the
us.
parchment at this point.
I guess Simon would is the one who would take that, right? Yeah. The magic thing.
Up to you guys.
The parchment isn't very complicated to use. Anybody can take it. It's just you have to check it once in a while to see if there's writing on it. It is immediate and doesn't require any magic.
Does anyone else see the blue squares?
Yeah, I'm
Yes.
testing. I told you I'm testing some stuff.
Okay.
I asked you guys to bear with me.
Hold it. So yes, here you go then. She'd give it to whoever would come take it. Either Ron, Simon, or Walker.
Evian's coming with too, right?
Or Evian, if he walks up and grabs the paper.
I personally think Simon would be the best to grab that, but that's just William.
Yeah, I mean, someone will grab it on his way up.
He probably has the best handwriting out of team.
Oh, there's
That's
no
right.
way he doesn't.
blockage. Team blockage for sure.
I think we've established that Walker has fairly neat handwriting, but I mean,
I imagine
He's also not a
he's
scholar.
got neat writing, but his handwriting itself is really like, you know, it's legible but not pleasant to look at.
what is it's not calligraphy? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like, you know, the S is definitely an S, but it looks like shit.
Between Simon and Sophia probably has a nicer writing. Because Simon has learned to spells like out of necessity. Sophia's like actually been taught by fancy tutors.
Oh my god, yeah, Sophia's probably got stupid calligraphic handwriting.
Yeah,
Oh.
she probably does because
She
she's been taught
does
by
the
like
giant, like,
tutors and whatever.
cursive letter to begin a paragraph.
I mean, she probably wouldn't in this situation. She knows better.
But anyway, so,
Mitchell, you there?
He's dead, Jim.
Well, then you want to move Evian closer to the away team so we can establish who's going that way. Who the fuck? Hannah, did Ishri send Lily with the away team? Okay.
Yeah, Ishri leaned down to Lily and said, "Lily the dog, I need you to go with them, and Sin will stay with me. I believe in you. Keep them safe." And she like puts her hands on the dog's shoulders and looks Lily the dog in the eyes.
And she gives her a gun.
That always fun. Someone laughs every time.
What? Give him a gun? Give him a gun.
Yeah.
A classic joke.
Anyway, so as you guys are splitting up, Owen, it's like a fucking. It is a. If this were a human, this would be the kind of thing where like that arm is the whole arm will have ended up getting like infected and needing removal, but. Again, your knowledge is with humans, so you're assuming that being an ogre, it was more resistant to infection or some such.
Well,
but
does it look like am I gonna have to do any cutting?
Probably. Like, you can see where, like, because, like, it's right on the, like, right behind the shoulder, just above the shoulder blade. It's about a 5-inch by about 2-inch, roughly rectangular impalement-esque cut that went a couple inches deep. The big thing you would note is it looks as if every time it started to heal, like, or scab over or anything, it would just break off and then start bleeding again. Presumably because the concept of leave it alone doesn't exist, or stay on, or don't use your arm, that sort of thing. So it's just kind of done the shittiest job possible healing. And yeah, if you removed all the necrotic tissue, it would then be able to heal, but it would require, you know, you can accelerate it, or it's a matter of leave it alone, don't move your arm, don't, you know, don't let it pull, that sort of thing.
Oh, so if I cleanse him of gross dead stuff and then I use a magic to heal him, he'll be fine.
Almost definitely.
I didn't need first level spell slots. It's fine. Didn't need that. Owen's going to, like, once he's done inspecting the wound, he'll kind of wince a little bit and he'll look to Sophia and he'll say, tell him I can fix it, but it's going to hurt.
Okay. So it's very important that during this you don't move too much, and it might sting a bit. Although, as an actual thing, if you're hurting while you're removing dead tissue, that means you've gone too far. Actually, just removing dead tissue will do nothing. I've gone very far inside of wounds, and the person could feel nothing because it's all dead.
Could you use an ice cream scoop?
Really. No. I use a pair of scissors and yeah, it's like small scissors.
I'm glad we have the resident actual medical expert here to make everything more disgusting.
You can't see what's on the other side of the dead stuff, so you gotta just start cutting, right? Like,
God, scissors is so much worse than ice cream
It looks
scoop.
obviously dead because it's either black or white. It doesn't look like normal skin. If it's like
you can't
red
see
or
what's
pink,
on the back side of it.
I mean,
I don't know. So you're the expert here.
To be fair, the worst part is usually like I've had a ruler once go like 4 inches under like somebody's skin and very far, and they couldn't feel any of it.
It's pretty bad, dude.
Yeah, so that kind of stuff would be a bit trickier,
bladed
but
roller?
like probably Owen would know that he's supposed to like do his best to scrape the stuff that's dead and somewhat easy to remove. And if the guy starts flinching too much, that he has to like stop there and not scratch too much, because that's where the healthy tissue is. Because the healthy tissue can still feel, the dead tissue cannot.
Sure.
Owen would know that concept, that like if he's flinching, that's where he's gonna start bleeding if I go too far. If he's not really moving too much, I'm usually good to go. That's probably the concept Owen would be knowledgeable on. He'd also know afterwards, just like rinse it with a bit of water, and then you get a better idea of what's there, because then the stuff washes out.
I do that. That is the thing that I do.
So
there it is.
It would like.
Wait. Hold on a sec, Ben.
Yeah.
Ben, if I hold a certain magic pan to this guy,
Oh, why?
will it cauterize?
Evian's not giving you the pan.
It's not a matter of whether or not you'd be able to cleanse it afterwards. It's a matter of knowing where it had been.
Cauterizing would probably be a good way of dealing with it afterwards, to be honest. It would like make sure that like all the
that pan's not going near this ogre's disgusting.
I mean, to be fair, if
guys, sorry, the pan's over here already. So
but like you can just use regular fire to cauterize it and like a random blade. But then you probably wouldn't need a first level spell slot. But then there would definitely be a huge pit inside of his arm, like shoulder.
No, I'm like, I think based on our past encounters and Owen's desire to avoid bloodshed, especially in the face of what is about to come, he's happy to, borrow somebody's dagger. He's got a steady hand, right? So I don't think he would have any trouble, doing some cutting and or scraping. And then he's happy to use his magic on the ogre. Heal him up.
Yeah. But yeah, it probably wouldn't be overly painful. Sophia, just tell him, don't try not to move too much when it stings or anything like that. Just, let us know that it hurts there, and then we'll stop that, and but don't swat at Owen, and don't move too much, because you're going to make it worse.
There's
It'll heal after.
Solemn nod. And Owen, you begin getting to work on it?
Yep.
Give me another medicine check. One to identify, and now one to do the work.
Believe in the dream, brother.
I believe. Man, that's really bad.
That's rough. It's a little rough.
15 is a pretty solid.
Yeah, it's still above average.
It's just a rough roll.
I mean, yes, it's a rough roll, but like 15, like that's what is that?
He still does
mildly challenging DC.
No. You begin working, and this is definitely I think I could say with confidence, something Owen has zero training in and never expected to have to do. The weirdest patient he's ever dealt with.
It's probably the worst version, but he's probably done something like this.
Yeah. No, I just mean the exact patient. So there's definitely, I would imagine, some nerves on that. Given that it also looks like
definitely given Walker stitches before.
Yeah.
I feel like the nerves would be, you don't know if, like, you've probably had patients who've had reflexes. Like, some people, when they go through pain, they kind of flinch and they, like, go as if they want to hit you. You probably assume that if this happened with this ogre, you'd go flying across the room. That'd be pretty terrifying to me as a nurse.
Squishes it. Oh.
I've been freaked out doing this with, like, very large, bulky men who told me at the beginning of debriding, they were like, listen, I'm just gonna hold on to this piece of thing, like the headboard, because I know I have a tendency of hitting things when I get angry. And I'll be honest, that added some nerves to what I was doing, and I feel like this would be the same situation for Owen.
Can I get him to like hold on to a stalactite or something? Like.
All of a sudden, Nick gets concerned.
Well,
no,
I mean,
you're wearing chainmail.
Recall, it was not but 36 hours ago that Owen got fucking swatted by a giant blind troll.
Fair enough.
That. Would you feel safer working on large men if you wore chainmail?
Probably not. I mean, that'd probably be very heavy and a lot harder to do my job decently. So I feel like the likelihood of them hitting me at that point is higher.
But what if you were the Prince Owen Mac Dirk?
Yeah,
I just hit them back. I'd be like,
shit.
Sit down.
With your magic sword?
True garish fashion.
I would just like grab their shoulders and just plump them down and say, sit down, stop moving. And
okay, let's get back to D&D, guys.
Punch him in the ear.
We're losing something here.
Listen, Owen can just punch this fucking ogre in the ear if he misbehaves.
So, Owen, you begin to work. no movement at all. Just kind of staring at Sophia.
Just sitting there?
Just like almost like just sitting there staring at Sophia. Occasionally picking his nose or his ear.
Sophia's probably like chatting with him, trying to keep him distracted. Just like idle chatter, like, so Zog, you said that you got lost in the cave here. Where did you live before this?
Well, woods, of course. Where else would I be?
Did you just wander in the woods? Or did you have like a place where you went sleeping every day?
Yeah, there was places.
Okay. How do you usually go about getting food for yourself and your group of friends?
There's a momentary pause. I'm not very good at it. I'm probably the worst of us all, so you know, it's
Well, that's a part of having a group of friends, right? You can all play into each other's strengths and help each other out. So they help you out get the food, and I'm sure you help them out as well with your lovely company.
Ben, can I get a translation as to what lovely is in ogre?
Well, you're not hearing her say something in ogre.
I get it, but like for my own edification, I'd just like to know.
Real quick though, if these become permanent characters, can we refer to them as the lovely company? Thank you.
Zog is just the lovely company.
Maybe you'll find it out one day, Nick.
Damn it.
And this continues. Mostly a lot of, I don't know, and you gather they don't have the greatest long-term memory.
Yeah.
At least this one doesn't. Perhaps it's brain damage. Perhaps it's just how ogres are. Not sure. But as you and Owen seemingly bring to heel this giant dangerous beast, what is Team Others doing?
We are heading towards the back of the cave. Walker is going to hold a torch.
All right.
Or Walker will hold a crossbow and even in order to hold a torch. He can always use it as an improvised weapon. I'm sure he's into that type of thing.
Yeah.
Ugh.
How accurately could Evian throw a torch?
I'd say up to 20 feet with pretty much pinpoint accuracy.
Damn. You fucking peck someone in the face next time. Anyway, so we're approaching. We're just heading through the cave with Torch, with Lily the dog, with Rom, with Simon, with Evian with a torch, with Walker,
Okay.
with his crossbow.
And you guys make it to the other side. Seemingly unaccosted in any way. Rom and Lily are also, and what you see is it looks as if it has been, like, blocked off. Like, there is a destroyed table, there are chairs, there are bits of scaffolding. It just looks like this was blocked off with any sort of wood that could be found.
It's all wood?
Can you describe the like?
It is very tightly packed in destroyed bits of wood and things. Tables, benches, chairs, scaffolding, large 2x4s. It looks like any sort of wood that's been seen in here.
Would you refer to it as rubble?
Within reason, yeah. It is very tightly
could
packed.
Walker kind of like step on a piece and climb up the rubble a bit?
It goes up. It does. Yeah, you can go up. It's about 7 feet tall at the highest point here as it begins to narrow down. And it does go into the to the ceiling, packed all the way.
Walker's going to at first look at the base of the rubble, see how packed it is, how sturdy it is.
Oh, this shit looks like it was fucking packed in by an ogre being slammed at full speed into it.
God, that's funny. Then he would kind of climb over it to see how sturdy the cave ceiling is. Like, is this rubble holding up anything, or is this just compacted
Give me an
garbage?
investigation check.
That's pretty average.
Seems like it's just very compact, but is not holding anything up.
Walker will kind of sigh as he finishes looking over the place. It looks like someone tried to make a barricade of garbage here, and the barricade was made worse when a large creature was thrown into it. So the ogres have certainly made this less accessible, but I'm sure a day or two of wreckage removal could see this cleared. But I don't know how close this would be to the exit, or what's on the other side of this. Or why it was blocked off to begin with. Those questions are pretty vital to our operation here. If we clear this out and there's immediately someone on the other end, that would be very bad for us.
Based on, I would say, just between how long you guys have traveled, how far into this main mine shaft you've been, like, you know you cannot be that far away from the exit.
The exit has to be nearby. I'm not saying that it is directly behind this wall, but it's possible.
I can get I can get one person through the wall at least to see the other side. I don't know if I can get the rubble though.
The shadow spell?
Simon nods.
If you have it available, I think that wouldn't be a bad idea. Do you want to send me over?
Yeah, sure. And Simon will begin to cast.
You have a way to get back, or?
It lasts an hour. You would have an hour.
It's a form, Evian.
Oh.
Before I was able to slip through cracks and whatnot. Then that's how it worked, right? Am I misremembering?
We were talking about umbral form?
Shadow. Yeah, umbral form. You're basically a shadow.
You are stuck to the surfaces you're moving on, completely noiseless. You can move across any surfaces, upside down ceilings.
Small holes, narrow openings, cracks.
So could Walker slip under the shit?
Yeah, in theory, yeah.
Okay. So yeah, that's the idea. So
and you are like that until dispelled, though.
Oh god, what if he gets dispelled immediately on the side? Oh shit.
That's a risk.
Go ahead, Simon.
Okay. And Simon will begin casting. And slowly, Walker turns into a black little mist cloud on the little shadow.
What does that look like? Does Walker like collapse in
on
himself?
Is he melting?
I would say you would slowly start decaying into some type of shadow mist, and then fall onto the floor.
Christ, that's horrifying.
Oh. And now Walker is but a shadow.
Shadow Floor Walker is going to begin doing his 2D walk towards the rubble and then try to go under it.
You guys watch as the shadow that once was Walker disappears into the rubble. Walker, I'm sorry?
Never mind. I'm gonna...
You begin this strange... Walker, give me a perception check, because you're essentially navigating a 3D maze right now, while in 2D form.
Wouldn't I want to, be on the floor the entire time?
You can't be on the floor the entire time.
Okay.
So, it is a matter of how long this is going to take. Well, there you go.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good roll.
Yeah, 20's pretty fucking good. You make your way further and further into this. At one point, you have to, go up and, strangely shadow crawl over what seems to be the back of a fairly nice park bench. Going over it and eventually trying to make your way back to the floor. It's very awkward because even with the ability to see and having dark vision, you essentially have to feel around just because there's nothing to see. A couple of wrong turns at one point, you're like, oh, I'm on the wall, I think, and you turn back around and kind of go back, and you move through what seems to be wrapping around a large boulder through a tiny crack, and you are now on the other side.
What do I
About
see?
8 minutes total. The cave continue. Well, the first thing is not what you see; it's what you smell. Oh god, it is some solid fucking refuse.
Is it right?
It is not right here, but you can tell immediately that It's not far down this cave.
Walker will get on the wall and carefully approach to try to get a glimpse of the outside, but hopefully without getting the sunlight on him.
At this point, the cave is ascending at about a 40-degree angle with fairly steep stairs built onto it.
Based on the amount of rubble there and the clearance of this passageway, could the ogres leave this way if the rubble is cleared?
I mean, okay, so you know for a fact that at one point one of them fell down that mine shaft that you guys were at the bottom of where you built the thing.
Yeah.
They were able to get up. If they were able to get up that, they could presumably get something up this.
Okay. So Walker's going to try to catch a glimpse of the exit.
How long are you willing to go on at this point?
15 minutes at most.
So what happens is you go for about 2 minutes, and then there's a hard turn right so that you're heading north, and now it's about a 45-50 degree incline. Like, this is that thing where, like, those awful stairs that are way too vertical and just fucking kill your calves? That's what this is.
Sure.
You would also notice there is a set of pulleys on the ceiling that are built into the cave's walls here, where it seems like they were able to quickly run things down, presumably buckets of water, things like that, possibly bringing things back up. They seem fairly well made, though in disrepair now. You continue this way for about 5 minutes or so, staying on the wall, and then you, the smell becomes overbearing as there is what looks like, I want to say a T-junction where it continues north, but it doesn't, it's not really a junction. It is another cave that looks blocked off like the one you just came in. Again, with boulders and rocks and things. And at the bottom of that, it just looks like people have been dumping buckets of refuse. But across from that, from that, so yes, like a T-junction.
So clear signs that people have been here.
Yes. So a quick drawing for you.
Were you drawing it? Oh, there it is.
Not that. So, like, that, and then came up there. This is where the refuse is, and here is where, right here is where the light is coming in. It continues up at about a 45-degree angle.
If Walker sees light, that is good enough. You know what? He's also going to try to catch a glimpse of the exit itself to make sure it's not like a tiny hole where they're just dumping shit in.
Oh, no, because they've been like coming down into it and then dumping it off to the side. It just kind of falls to the left.
Okay, we're good then. Walker's going to begin making his way back. If he has a little bit of extra time, he's going to check the other side of that rubble to make sure to see if anyone goes that way.
Oh God, no! No. You mean the other, like going through the rubble on the other side?
No, not the refuse side. The other side of the rubble from here.
Oh, okay. From what you're looking at, it doesn't look like it.
Okay, that's all Walker needs. He'll make his way back through after that. He would have, of course, left around 20 minutes or so for him to make his way back there in case he fucks it up or something.
Make your way the rest of the way back. And what is everyone else doing over the course of this time? We will get to Owen and Sophia, but for Rom, Evian, Simon, and Ishri, what's going on?
All the side characters.
Whoa.
That's bad, man.
I mean, Ishri's keeping an eye out, trying to keep watch, see if any bugs or other ogres appear.
Okay, give me a perception check. See if anything's
It's
coming
basically
from
the same
further
thing,
down.
right?
Or ears and eyes peeled further down the mine. The rest of the group that was with Walker?
I mean, mainly just. I think we're just waiting for
Waiting?
Walker to
Okay.
get back. Yeah.
All right.
Does Evian like lean against a wall or something?
I was muted. If
Fun.
I'm not immediately needed here, Ron would be vaguely interested in going to check on the ogre. See how the, debriding is going.
We're debriding this guy so hard that he's gonna be single by the end of it. Let me tell you.
Ugh.
So I guess I'll move myself back over here.
You make your way over there, and good narrative. You can see as Owen is in the process of cleaning up these wounds as best he can, the ogre having a seemingly interesting discussion with Sophia about something. Sophia continually, Zog seems to be going back to trying to figure out how he ended up with a rock in his nose.
Well, is this a thing that happens to you very often?
I don't think so, no.
I mean, could it be when you were sleeping? It fell from the
Probably.
ceiling?
Makes
Could
sense. Things fall
or
from the
like-
ceiling all the time, mostly bugs.
I mean, maybe one of the bugs made something, like, I don't know, fall. I don't understand how it would have fallen into your nose, though.
At this point, like, with Rob coming over, like, Zog turns a little bit, and Owen, you're like, as he, like, starts turning to try and, look at Rob.
somewhere wrong.
And
Can I wait? Hold on. Like when he starts to move, can I doctor swat him?
He just
Punch him in the ear, punch him in the ear.
And scowl sternly at him and just hold a finger up and just say no.
And he just burst on and looks down disappointed for a second. Rob, you hear which Sophia, is him trying to ask Rom if she's ever gotten a rock stuck in her nose.
Rom looks at Sophia.
Rom can't currently understand you, Zog. He was asking if you have ever had rocks stuck up your nose.
Maybe when I was really young. Not recently.
She says not recently, no.
Zog gives the most contemplative of nods. And continues to not react at all to, you start to see him, he's not reacting to pain or anything you're doing, Owen. He just seems to be fidgety and not enjoying sitting still. But
how long does it take me to...
Probably the better part of 25-30 minutes, making sure and everything, and you can see where it's across the sides and just fucking smells awful. You can't tell where it's ogre that smells awful and where it's bad infection that smells awful.
I bet this cavern fucking reeks.
Not great. The smells of
Sophia, you probably would partially smell something like a little bit of the smell of the flowers from outside, trying to cover it up.
That's like if
you put
if you Febreze over a real bad time.
Fucking outdoor toilet.
You Febreze over a fucking pipe clog.
Yeah.
You gotta fucking back up. You're like, some Febreze. You're trying, Sophia. You're trying.
Yep. She probably once in a while look over Owen's shoulder and try to offer if she can help clean up with precipitation without actually touching anything. She'd always look over Owen's shoulder at a foot away from his shoulder. Clearly not wanting to touch Zog, but she's chatting with him very cheerfully and friendly.
He's probably got he's taken off bits of armor and he's got his shirt sleeves rolled up and he's fucking just gross to mid arm. Getting in there. He's in it. He's in it for the long haul.
Either way, you guys continue. After maybe 25, 30 minutes, you feel confident in the work you have done on this species you never thought you would do work on. Like, you might not have been trained to, you know, patch up a cut-on dog or splint a broken leg on a cat, but, like, that's something you can imagine yourself doing. This is something completely different. God, it's gotta be weird. But either way, you seem happy with the job you've done. It's as good as it's gonna get.
Needs one final touch that I'm sure I'm going to regret later. Once he's done, like, Owen will like, you know, gesture for Sophia to bring one of the lights close, and he, like, you know, leans in to closely inspect his handiwork, and once he's satisfied, he'll hold his right hand, like, over the wound, and he'll just mutter a quick prayer and cast a spell.
Sophia, meanwhile, is probably going to do presentation on, like, the surrounding of the wound and also Owen's hands, because she's grossed out.
She's just cleaning every...
Yeah, as it goes on. Probably has been doing it as he's been doing it. Occasionally
She's the dental tech with the little suction thing.
Oh my god.
She's trying to steal Simon's position.
She's just like the nurse while the surgeon is doing his thing. She's just occasionally removing all of the things that aren't supposed to be there and giving him stuff. Giving him stools.
Owen turns his head, and she, like, puts a straw in his mouth.
And after a moment, you watch as you cast Cure Wounds, putting your hands upon this strange creature, and you watch as the cavernous, once necrotic flesh that is now gone begins to heal, muscles beginning to loosen and redden, and after a moment of quick healing, it is this exposed pink wounded skin that looks like it will still scar pretty severely, but will have no negative or adverse effect.
There you go. That should be all done then.
Is Zog my ally currently?
Seems to be.
What?
Well, I mean, technically.
Sophia turns to Owen and
his reaction to make an attack. I'm kidding.
What?
Oh, it's a creature of my choice, so I don't choose any of my friends. Take that.
So,
and Sophia turned to Owen, just like, they don't seem that impulsive of creatures. Just like, you know, curiously analyzing Zog as she makes this comment.
he is sitting there, still seemingly waiting. He doesn't seem to have noticed that Owen's done.
You can get up now, Zog. Just be careful.
He immediately just hops to his feet and, like, stumbles forward. Sophia, give me a dexterity save.
Gosh.
Like, when he's done, Owen will, like, you know, he'll take a step back, and then he'll, like, you know, clap Zog, like, next to where he was wounded and, like, gesture for him to get up.
Sophia would be fairly far the entire time. She'd never get closer than 5 feet away from him at any point, because...
And, he gets up and stumbles forward and, like he instinctively goes to catch himself and just, like, grabs and, like, just grabs onto your leg as he does and, like, knocks you over. And just... Alright.
I'll go.
And, like, awkwardly starts looking up, like, your dress is kind of tattered now on the side where he grabbed it.
I mean, she's not wearing the dress.
Oh, I'm sorry. Whatever, like, what was she wearing?
She's wearing travel clothing.
Okay, regular travel clothing? Okay.
Mm-hmm. It still looks a bit fancy because Sophia, but
it's like... You can see where, like, he, like, lifts himself up and, like, looks at you almost embarrassed over it. Everyone else scans the darkened room.
How does it feel? Does it feel better?
Same. Oh. Hello? You get...
He says he's not sure. Do you not feel pain there? At any point, Zog?
You're the one that had a big thing sticking out of me.
And now there's no pain?
There's like a momentary like you see as like the face goes slack, seemingly with focus, and then a second later like the face like lights up in excitement and no.
She turns to Owen. He's just realized he's not in pain anymore.
Well, I suppose that's what I'm here for. And yeah, he tries to give Zoc an encouraging smile.
He gives this half smile back and looks a little confused and just Sophia, you get, oh, thank you. I think I'm not exactly. What now? We getting out of here?
She just looks over to Owen. What do we do now?
We wait for Walker and the others to tell us what they found.
She translates. We still need to figure out about the exit and such, so Walker and the others are going to figure that out.
Question
Anyway.
real quick. Can't they just see, like, Evian holding a torch, like, 100 feet away?
Yeah, I'd imagine.
I mean, I don't, like, as soon as they left, like, Owen went to work. He's not been focused on what they've been doing, so...
Yeah,
I mean,
so
in
this
general,
is just
I think it's very
immediately
funny.
afterwards. As you guys say that, seemingly very excited, Zog gets up and runs over to that abandoned fire that looks like it has been lit at least once ever. Though more of a pit of stones, and grabs what looks like a large insectoid-esque mandible and begins chewing on it. A moment later, like walking back past you guys, turning towards Sophia. We need to go get the others now. Don't need them all for this.
Yes.
And at this point, he holds out this roughly 1.5 foot long, strange mandible he's been chewing on, as if offering it to you like a chicken bone.
Oh, that's very nice of you.
She like looks to Owen like I'm not sure how.
When you look to Owen, he offers it to Owen.
Oh,
Does it
that's
like
good.
he's been eating this?
Yeah, he's just chewing on it.
Yeah, he's like
You took a
sharing
few
it.
bites.
Owen will smile again, and then he'll point to the mandible, and then point up to Zog.
Yeah, he says you can keep it.
He gives a
He's
half
cold.
shrug and then, like, shuffles beyond you, Sophia, and, like, begins excitedly. You just hear as he starts picking up speed, running down, calling out, look! Eeg! We're getting out! And
He's
this
down to go
continues
with the
as he
other
is
two.
running. The rest of you hear, Arthur! Mook! Eeg! Arthur!
Eek is one of the friends, and so is
Mock.
Ma.
Something. I remember something to that effect. They're not so bad.
I mean, they seem very friendly, and I mean, although clumsy, they seem otherwise like they don't mean any harm unless you harm them first.
Haven't they discussed eating people before? Hasn't this been a topic of conversation? And we've asked them what they're going to do if they get out. They've said they'd eat
I
people.
thought they said that they would eat. I mean, Ron, what did they say about that?
About eating people?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
And to be fair, Atreus, like dogs and wolves and bears are capable of eating people. Doesn't mean
they
they
will sometimes.
That doesn't mean they will if they don't have a reason to. If they're not starving or being beaten, they might as well get something easier to prey on.
Yeah, I mean, we can just ask them not to.
It
I
sounds
don't know
to
if
me like they just aren't smart enough to know better.
I
Yeah.
mean, the same way a starving wolf will go prey on people. The wolf doesn't know any better. It's food. He's starving. He knows there's a risk of him dying if he goes there, but he's gonna die anyways.
I suppose if they really won't eat anybody, then I guess it's fine. I'm just so used to the monsters actually acting like monsters, so should have known things would be mixed up here.
I mean, truth be told, it's actually kind of refreshing to, you know, have a meet something that ends like this, where I can help something rather than it ending in bloodshed.
I mean, it seems more friendly than most of the Red Band right now, I'll be honest.
If we release them, though, they'll probably get killed, right?
I mean, if we release them in the Red Band, yeah.
Well, that's where the mine. That's where it comes out, is in Boralys.
I mean,
nowhere else they can go.
If we fight along the Red Band and they fight alongside us, then we can just release them into the wild afterwards, or whatever we want to do at that point.
Are we going in that noticeably alongside them?
I mean, we can also ask them to just stay still until we need them. If we're just gonna go through the house and destroy everything and kill everyone, then we'd be fine. But even if we do and we take down their prime... I guess if we take down everybody, the prime... whatever... and we get this... I don't know. Anyways, they can be backup, or we can just continue not using them. Either way, I think they could be useful, and would be more useful if we know that they're our friends and know what they're doing.
I very much doubt. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, rather than have them be in the back of behind us trying to get out, and all of a sudden taking all the attention.
I very much doubt that if we remove that rubble, anything we do is going to keep them in here. It sounds like they've been stuck for a while and probably want to get out.
I mean, it sounds like the best option right now would be to have them come with us, and then afterwards we can make sure they get out of the city without harming any of the farmers.
Could we send them in before us as a distraction and then sneak around to the house after them?
Walker seemed opposed to that option, but we could definitely do that.
What happens when an ogre falls on a house?
Aren't the houses in this area all full of Red Band?
About this point is when Walker gets back.
And as we discuss things, we reconvene with the others, so the gang's all here.
Walker disgustingly crawls from the wall and then like gestures for Simon to turn him back.
How do you gesture as a shadow?
Wave my arms. Wave both arms.
You uncomfortably just like go underneath him and like wiggle a bit.
You wiggle in like a fucking swirl.
I crawl up his fucking pant leg.
Oh!
The object.
Oh my
god. Get in his pants and then have Simon turn back.
Once Walker gets back, Simon will dispel it.
All right. The entry, the exit's not too far beyond the rubble, but it's not immediately there. It's clear that no one goes towards this side where the rubble is, so we should have plenty of have an easy enough time getting rid of it, getting rid of the rubble to exit. What's going on with the monster?
He ran away to go fetch his friends.
For what purpose?
Thinks he's getting out.
Yes.
Walker kind of sighs. Well, I don't know how long. It would probably take longer than... It would take some time to clear all this rubble. It's heavily compacted.
How far is it from here to the entrance of the mine?
More than a few minutes. It's hard to gauge.
Walker, you would be able to
performance
wager it would probably take longer by foot than what you did because you didn't
Really?
have to deal with. Yeah, you didn't have to deal with the stairs.
Sure.
You were just floating on the wall.
It would be probably maybe half an hour to walk to the entrance. It's a pretty steep incline.
Well, I suppose we could.
What are we doing about the monsters? We can't exactly just leave them be at this point, especially with the exit right here. If we were to just leave without them, they'd probably make their way after us.
Which is why I was recommending trying to befriend them, and I could probably find a way, with a combination of spells that I have, to be able to communicate with them on a more regular basis.
I don't know about a regular basis, but I think our ideal scenario is that they understand that they must stay here until we return.
The question I had is the area where we're going to be, popping out into, is it all red band in that area? Do you know if there will be innocent people around as well?
There was innocents that were being put to death the other day.
Simon, did you notice with Onyx, if otherwise, there was more civilians regularly living in the city? Or was it only housed for Red Band?
Then would I get that information?
I'm sorry?
Would I know if it's full of like normal people?
I mean, from what has been observed by Onyx, it seems like there are people, like essentially the Red Band have taken over homes and then forced the people living there into servitude while also like living on their own couch. That sort of thing. So yeah, there are definitely at least some of the houses that were observed did still have regular people in. Civilian.
Yeah, there's still people there. I can
So we shouldn't. We definitely should not unleash the ogres then in the main city, but we can still keep them back as backup.
Like I said, I think ideal scenario is if they stay here and wait for our return. Whatever happens to them after that, as long as they're not unleashed upon the civilians of the town, then I don't really care that much, to be honest.
Sophia looking going, I don't think that'll be very easy to convince them to do so. He seemed restless having to sit still for 20 minutes.
I had hoped to save it for the return journey, but I can block the passage behind us with magic. If we go through.
Then how are we coming back?
Well, as I said, I had hoped to use it to make good on our escape. It's one of my more powerful magics.
I mean, I think that if at least...
Owen, how would we return if you had blocked the passage?
I had thought that we would return and then I would go last, block the way behind us so we could not be followed.
Yes, but you just proposed that we block the path as we exit towards the city.
Well,
or did I misunderstand you?
No, that's what I'm saying is I could block them inside, but then we would not be able to go back this way.
Walker just shakes his head.
I don't think that would be ideal.
Agreed.
I mean, I can try to explain to them that they'll have to stay, and I can give them a task. That would probably keep them busy.
If they're not so intelligent, you could try to fool them.
If there was a way that we could get them some food, I'm sure that would go a long way towards winning their trust, but...
No, Zog at least seemed very cooperative and seemed to want to work with us at the very least.
He was also afraid, outnumbered.
Yes, but he didn't... Ben, did he still seem afraid by the end? He seemed...
From you guys, no, he just seemed, like, bored and impatient.
I mean, at the end there, he did not seem scared at all anymore. He was cheerfully chatting and comfortably sitting still while you were digging through his back with a knife.
I suppose.
He did not seem scared at all.
I mean, quite the opposite. He seemed very much at ease. I think we just spooked him at first.
Hoping numbers won't embolden them.
I mean,
And
from the way Ron talked about them when I got the explanation, they didn't seem very confident to begin with. They call
But
us
before they could see us.
they call us fairy ladder fairies. They don't
Ugh.
really know what to do with us. They just know that we've created exits throughout their small caves.
well, let's try to keep that idea in mind. Try to display some more of your magic to show them that it would not be a good idea to mess with us.
I mean, I don't think that doesn't seem to be their intent at all, though. It just seems to be that they hope that they can get a way out with us and travel along to get out of here.
But what happens when we tell them that we want them to stay here as we exit?
I mean, I can tell them that I need their help to do some menial task, meanwhile, and that they have to sit here so that they do their task and we do ours, and then we meet up here, and then we can go travel to the woods together.
They'll not fit back the way we came.
Yeah, but with ogres in tow, we can probably just march through the red band and attack us at the end if we've taken care of the majority of the powerful mages.
I doubt that's going to be the case. I don't think all of the soul spiders are going to be in one house.
Either way, if we all die before we can go back and they get bored and go into the town, by that point the red band are going to get rid of them. So
That's not my point. My point is, if we succeed, we collect the item, the ogres will not be able to follow us out the other way.
I suppose, but
And then they just. I mean, I'm assuming we're not liberating this town right now. So
No, that would be on the
Ex-
army who would follow us.
so the ogres will eventually go out the way we came, unless Owen does, manage to block off the path behind us successfully. But then they'll eventually go on the town anyway and still kill civilians. So we might as well use the killing of civilians to our advantage and use them as a distraction.
Unless
Hope the
Owen is able to
civilians
block
run.
off the path behind us after we re-enter the cave, after having collected the binding.
And they will be stuck.
And I'm sure they'll really appreciate that, and that will go a long way to earning their trust when we keep them stuck in this cave and we promise we would take them out.
I mean, if anything, if we travel with the ogres, we could potentially get out without going back through the cave.
I don't know how you expect to get through the entirety of the red band in this town just with a couple of ogres. We'd be swarmed, killed.
Well,
Even
we can.
Even a big giant ogre like that is not going to do so well when he's made into a pincushion by crossbow bolts.
Oh, fair enough.
I see no hope for these ogres to escape. Our best bet is to convince them that we have their best interests at heart and to we need to focus on our task right now. It's the most important thing. If we
If
retrieve
they can be
the
convinced to stay behind, then we can always come back for them later. Boralys will not be in the hands of the Red Band forever.
I mean, if anything, we can tell them that if we come back with the army, they could help out with the army. It'd probably be a good way to distract them while the army starts getting through the main entrance.
I mean, if they're afraid of a couple of us, if we just tell them that beyond the exit is a bunch of people with magic and weapons, and if they don't wait for us, they'll be killed immediately. That they
That's a
seem
good
smart enough
point.
to understand, right?
I mean, I'll tell them that we'll give them a different exit by the time that we actually come back, because this exit will be far too dangerous for them at the moment.
We have
Because
to be
that is-
absolutely sure that they won't follow us once the way is clear.
I'll
Walking
discuss
nuts.
it with them. I do need to do it soon, though, because we are starting to get towards the end of the spell.
how many more times can you use it?
One, but this is also. I can use it once more.
We'll need to decide how long we're going to wait before we go through with our plan. I feel like we need more information still. I feel like we at least need one more day of preparation. Removing the rubble will be our primary. It'll be our primary objective for now, but then we'll need to send Onyx ahead, get a layout of the immediate path we'll need to take, as well as try to get a better understanding of the house itself. If we can
try to convince them to help us to remove the rubble.
If you believe it's possible, then you should attempt to do so. The quicker we're able to get back to our scouting, the better.
I should be able to. If what you say is true, then it's not that far. I should be able to cast my spell from here.
If you were to try, then you should do so now.
I'll go back to the way we came vaguely if somebody came with me, so that I can try to find them to explain to them the situation. I'd rather not have to cast this again if I can avoid it. I will, but if I need to, but
I can go with you.
Either you or Ishri or anybody.
I'm fine providing protection. Yes. Lily the dog.
Her ears perk up.
Simon, keep an eye on the note as well.
Will do. Got you.
I'll write a note if ever we do end up fighting.
Try not to.
I will definitely try not to. This is not my plan. I don't know if you've noticed, but that's not my preferred plan in any situation.
All right. So, as you guys come up with a plan, we will go ahead and take a quick break. Alrighty. So, we have one group making their way to the to go find Sophia. You were going with Walker, and anyone else?
I think Walker's going with Sophia.
I'm sorry. Ishri. And you guys are going to find the ogre.
Yep.
The ogre.
Because I'm assuming I have like 20-30 minutes left on my thing.
Yeah, probably about 20 minutes left. That sounds about right. So, give me a... everyone doing the hunt, go ahead and give me a perception check.
Perception? God damn, I have to reopen my fucking sheet because you restarted the funny...
I'm sorry!
I have to reopen things.
Bastard.
Hey, I had to reopen the ogre sheets, too.
This is probably like the first or second time Sophia's had to roll perception.
That's funny.
I want to have to
Ishri
look for
with the
the
big roll.
ogre bros.
Do both dogs get their perception rolls? Oh, is Rom coming with? Didn't know that. Is everyone coming with?
Going?
Whole ass.
I'm pretty sure Evian and Rom and whatnot were supposed to like start on the one thing.
Oh, we're
Rom wants to come see the ogres.
I like the ogre friends, okay?
Never mind. Ignore mine. Evian doesn't
Ogre
care.
squad.
Just because you don't like them, Walker doesn't like them, doesn't mean everybody else dislikes them.
Walker, listen. Walker is just trying to make sure the people don't die. That's why he's coming along.
All right, so Walker, Sophia, Ishri, and Rom.
I'm sure that's also why Ishri's coming.
Do we get? Wait, hold on.
Only reason.
Do we get a doggo to stay by with us? Hang
Lily
out.
the dog is. Wait.
That will stay.
Both dogs will stay.
Oh no! She told Lily the dog she's coming. Lily the dog is coming.
Okay.
She promised her an adventure.
Oh. Right. So with that, miracle of miracles, you guys begin making your way down, keeping your ears and eyes peeled, at least in the case of Ishri and Walker. For everyone else, just your ears peeled. After
We're
about
not walking in complete darkness.
No, but like the level of like ability to see things is different for the ones who have dark vision, as opposed to just being able to keep an eye on what is being lit up by torches or Sophia's magic.
Right.
You guys make your way further back into the cave. You can see where you, after, you know, a decent, probably 10-15 minutes of travel, where making your way further and further in. I assume you're going at a very quick pace because Sophia's trying not to have to recast tongues here.
Yeah, I guess.
So, if nothing else, at least power walk. Really, yeah, you're not trying to be stealthy. You're fucking power walking this shit. You know what's here. You're trying to... after maybe 15 minutes or so, you make it back to where the I forgot the word ladder. The makeshift ladder is, and there is still the table is gone. But I digress. It looks like they must have continued further on. You continue going?
Well, they took...
What?
It's very fun that they took the table.
So they took it back?
Have you seen any signs of the table anywhere?
Yeah. Walker and Ishri both. You looking down the hole, which is not lit up, you can see it looks like Zog threw the table down the hole, and it's just busted up down there.
Oh god, Zog! What a bastard.
At least you would hope. Otherwise, there's something else down here.
Oh my.
Oh.
Don't worry. Walker's yet to be an enemy that can't be taken out with... Never mind, let's keep going.
Anyway, so after another... about... Like, Sophia, you know, your time with it is about up. You got maybe a couple minutes left when you guys start to hear the unmistakable sounds of the bickering of ogres.
Walker would
screaming and arguing.
Walker would point in their direction, saying they're just that way.
Yes, I can. I'm not that deaf.
Because they're yelling.
We also established that we just then heard them, right?
It's like it's still vague and like, you know.
Okay, fair enough.
Again, you got at least a couple minutes. Yeah. You got at least a couple minutes of juice left.
Okay.
Sophia. So at this point you guys are further down than you've ever been. This is where it feels the most built. Like, the cave is very uneven and is very much smoothed out by a number of fucking wooden boards, creating almost a fucking boardwalk through the cave at this point.
It's kind of cool.
Hey, Zog.
Call down and the arguing stops. What is it?
Yeah, so Zog, we've just had people go and look on the other side of the rubble. There's actually a lot of people who would be very dangerous. So we might have to wait a little bit before we can go through the exit.
At this point, you hear and then 2 sets, and then 3 sets of footsteps running very quickly in your direction. Still from hundreds and hundreds of feet away, far beyond what you can see. You call out, and then they call back, and then they just start running, getting louder.
Sophia is like gonna go closer to the wall out of fear that they won't stop and they'll just trip over her
stop
again.
in time and they'll run her over.
I mean, last time he fell over and grabbed her and made her fall on the ground, so she's like, I'm not having that happen again.
Walker's also not going to be in the way for this.
Curving around one of the corners, you see as first up is Zog with the other 2, Egan Mock shortly behind. Mock has, you can see, like you can hear the shaking and shuddering of chains, and it looks like he is dragging one of those massive insect-like things that is wrapped up in chain behind him.
How big is the insect?
About the size of a horse.
Fuck.
Oh.
He is currently holding what looks like its head in his hand and taking a bite out of it.
So, yeah.
The inside of insects all gooey?
This isn't like that. It's a little Like, it's strangely meaty.
Uh,
Well,
Strangely meaty. I'm
I
sorry.
don't
Insect
like what
meaty.
you said.
Ugh.
we're all kind of, I bet we're all kind of meaty.
So yes, Zog. There's a lot of people over there who are very dangerous who would try to kill you all if we went through.
He, like, looks around. Oh, no! Did they get the rest of them? What are they... Are your friends dead?
No. They're all still fine.
The rest of you hear...
But they're all still fine, but we do have magic to help us out. So we're gonna have to go through first. You all are gonna have to stay back because if you go in there, once we open it up, you will probably die because we have to go and get something in village. It's really important that we go, but we won't be able to protect you all. And there's a lot of powerful people in there. So it's important that you stay here until we come back and we can plan out something else.
Give me a persuasion check.
Please, for the love of God, roll. Think huge, Kim. Think massive.
Yeah, should have fucking blaster. Feels bad, man.
Still pretty good.
I
respect that roll.
They begin, like, you see, like, Zog kind of pause and turn back to Mock and Eeg, and they begin, like, talking, almost confused. She helped me! And, like, the rest of you can see as he's, like, pointing to his back shoulder, and Sophia go, well, she helped me! And then Mock, don't care if she helped you or not, doesn't matter. The rest we need to, if there's a way out, we should take it! And, like, stomping, and this bickering goes on for 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
And
Listen.
the thing's gone.
Sophia, if need be, she will cast it again because it's important. But
Yes, it runs out and they are still bickering.
listen, Zog.
What
And
is it?
Ick and Mock, if you all decide to go through the exit, I can guarantee that you will die, and I won't be able to do anything about it. If you still want to take the risk and go and defeat hundreds of people, that's up to you all.
At this point, Mog moves forward and, like, stands towering over you, his arms crossed. What other option would there be? That we
The other
stay
option?
here eating, and he, like, lifts up the chain with the massive horse-sized, strange pseudo-insect. Eat this all day. That's it.
The other option is to wait here until we can come back. We won't be able to defeat the army yet, but we have friends who are going to be helping us defeat the people there who are called Red Band. Those are the people who want to kill you. If we can defeat them, then you can freely go back into the woods, and we'll help you get back to the woods, safe and sound. So you can either go defeat the hundreds of people by yourself right away and probably die, or you can wait a couple more days, maybe a week, and then we'll help you out, get through there. And then you will have a much, much higher chance of being okay.
They kind of, like, turn towards each other, and the three of them kind of, like, eye each other without saying anything for a moment.
You've already been here for so long. Would it matter if you stay here for a few more days and survive, or would you prefer dying out there in this outside of the cave? But
as you say that, they start to get distracted and begin arguing on a tangent over how long they've been here and whether or not it's been a long time. It seems their train of thought is completely lost for at least a few moments before they finally get back on, and they kind of like, well, I think it's a good idea. We just wait. They'll do it for us. Out of here. There's a pausing moment, and Mock just kind of tears off one of the legs of this strange insect and begins chewing and crunching on it. Like, you could hear the crunching of, like, chitin. Like, the chitinous, like, bits as he's just chewing them up, and...
Now that's crunchy.
And kind of, like, shrugs. Sure, we'll wait. We'll have food. coming back now, promise.
Yes, I promise we'll come back. But it's important that you don't go through that exit, because they will notice you all. You're quite large, and they will see you right away, and then they will probably try to kill you because they're gonna see you as a threat.
Zog turns to Mock and just like puts his hands on his hips and just say, I told you, and Eeg immediately, I don't want to be hearing it, and just immediately just boom, clotheslines the shit out of him.
A nice
and he
lariat?
falls back about 5 feet without going down, and Mock just kind of gets this half smile and like looks at you and just, you should back up, it's gonna be a little while. In fact, if you're busy, you might want to go.
Very well.
And as you say very well, Zog charges forward, lifting up Eeg and slamming him to the ground, shuddering the cave.
This is okay. They're just arguing a bit, but they're okay. We should probably head back.
Walker kind of
Rom looks
questioning
very
for a moment.
slightly nervous, but she is, has that sort of fakey smile on.
Mock walks a couple feet closer to you guys, leans up against the wall, and starts munching on another bit of a leg.
I think this is the equivalent of dogs wrestling and playing roughhouse.
Walker, who has the look of a bit questioning of the whole thing,
is
right.
Very I'm sorry. This was an immediate reaction to Sophia. We both kind of started talking at the same time. Continue.
Walker says, "Right."
I
fucking had other shit, Ven. You kept talking over me.
I'm sorry. We started at the same time.
I did it multiple times.
I digress. Mock does, understanding Sophia, give a half smile and definitely seems to be humored at you comparing these two to dogs.
Ishri is gonna go up to him, the one eating Mock, and she's gonna hold out her hand and point to the thing he's eating.
He tears off another leg and hands it to you.
Ishri's gonna try and eat it.
She's just looking very confused, but not saying a word.
We know.
Oh, it is... Strangely, it is... I'm not going to say meaty, but there is meat to it. Like, it's like a chitinous shell. Almost like, this is the meta description, almost similar to like crab or shellfish. In that it's like a chitinous shell with something inside it, with like a solid-ish meat inside it.
But it's raw!
Yes.
This would be very, very good cooked. Ishri is just going to look up to the ogre, and she's going to say in the common tongue, thank you to him, and hand it back, the remainder.
He does not seem to understand, but he takes the rest and, like, begins gnawing on it, and after a second, he, like, turns it around so that the spiky end of the leg, he begins, like, picking his teeth with.
Incredibly inventive, really.
Let's get a move on.
So as they walk back, Sophia will give like a rundown of the conversation and how ultimately they're okay with having to wait a bit. Having to wait a few more days or weeks, and they understand the importance of not going through the exit.
Well, we might need to reaffirm that later, but for now, let's head back.
Alright. And you guys, after another 20-25 minutes of travel, make it back to the group. Anything Owen, Evie, and Simon doing while they were gone?
Yeah, I'd like... Owen would like to, if he knows the building that the Eminent is purported to be staying at, he would like to cast Clairvoyance inside the door, just like he did with the man.
Okay. All right. Not a problem. focus for a moment? Or I assume you're doing the traditional pour out your fresh water skin and then you're going to be pouring it back in when you're done?
Yeah, so he, you know, he like, maybe he like goes a ways down the passage so he doesn't have to smell ogre for his quiet time. Obviously letting Evian and Simon know what he's going to be doing. And, you know, he'll find a quiet spot in the mine, pour out his water in his bowl and focus for a bit, picturing with as much clarity as he can the building that he's trying to see into.
And after a moment, this very faded light, slight glow in the pool of water, and you see before you the inside of the building that this was the one that the Eminent was staying in, correct?
Yes, the one that we believe the Eminent to be staying at, who we believe to be harboring the finding.
The right inside the door, it opens into a small parlor. There is someone sitting just inside the door. Off to the right, there is a set of stairs. And like right at the base of the stairs is where this person's sitting, maybe 6 feet away from the front door. Watching for a moment, obviously red band, seemingly on guard. Watch for a moment. Sitting there, waiting.
Does he look like just any old red band? Is he better dressed? Is he better equipped? Does he look more competent?
He is. It looks like he is currently like after a minute or so, he doesn't look more competent. He definitely looks like one of the red band, but after a minute or so, you see as he takes out like behind him, he goes into his pack and fairly early in the day. Yeah, he takes out something from a pack and he produces what looks like a Kintaran-style garish kilt.
Son of a bitch.
It is already, like, you can see it's been torn into strips. And he begins to, like, you can see it looks like he's been sewing something, like turning this into something else, and he begins just working on that.
I don't know why. I thought you were gonna say he was gonna like use it to wrap some fucking leaves and smoke it.
No, he just starts sewing something. You can't make out what. Looks like it's still very early on. This continues for about 6 or 7 minutes, and then he pauses and looks upstairs.
I'll switch to hearing.
And you start to see the vibrations of sound now in the water, and we need it right now. You need to hurry up. And a moment later, give me a second to nick myself. Fuck's sake, fine. Be a top. And then you hear the sound of boots.
Like as if he's getting up?
Yeah.
I'll switch back to sight.
You watch as he gets up, like, tears a very small strip from this once proud kilt and wraps it tightly around his finger where it looks like he was bleeding a little bit. He gets just like you can see he like winces a little bit at the pain, and then he like holds it tight, and like with his right hand over his left pointer finger, he begins running upstairs, leaving the tattered kilt and sewing kit on the chair at the bottom of the stairs.
Once he gets out of sight, I'll switch back to hearing, I guess for the remainder of the spell.
You hear the discussion for a moment is cursory, and then, like, it's very faint. Give me a perception check. How well you can hear what's going on.
So good. So good at these.
Think above average.
Think massive, colossal,
No, if he thinks massive now, he won't have it later.
Titanic.
Extraordinaire. That's pretty big, dude.
Pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Pretty fucking big. There is a quiet moment, and then you hear... No, I didn't agree with the Eminence plan, but we don't really have a choice on that matter, do we? I'm sure it'll work out. Sure that there's anything that could be done. What if he sends another one? But he can't right now, can he? It seems like they are not necessarily dissent, but there is definitely a level of I don't want to say dissension, but there is confusion, impatience, and unhappiness between these two and their apparent commander.
But they're in his house.
They are. They're currently upstairs talking.
Personal guardsman, maybe.
Does it seem like there's a... Like, based on what Owen knows about the building, does it seem like he hasn't seen very much of the downstairs?
No, the downstairs is pretty large. But most buildings, like the master bedroom's gonna be upstairs, so...
If
at least
he
here, so...
clairvoyance again, could he, based on what he's heard, could he have a reasonable chance of getting it in the same room with the arguing men?
Yeah. A pretty good idea of where it is based on perception.
I'd like to do that.
Okay, just immediately casting it again to move it.
Yeah,
okay.
He wants to know what they're arguing.
He's gonna toss the last man or two and just get up there.
Oh, if there's more time, then,
I mean, you have like a man or so left right now.
Yeah, he's not gonna waste precious moments of magic.
Oh, precious moments of magic. As opposed to regular.
I enjoyed being at maximum 3rd level spell slots for a hot minute there, but who needs those? We don't.
Oh. Oh, you
Oh, it does. It takes me 10 minutes to cast. Fuck.
Oh yeah, you're right. Oh.
Maybe I don't do that.
Well, you listen a little bit more, and the last thing you get is, I'm sure it's going to be okay. I'm sure we'll have a chance convincing him not to do it again, right? But if we can't convince him not to, then what? And that's where it cuts off.
Damn it. Owen is like once he realized that whatever they were talking about might be important, he's gotten out his journal and he began furiously scribbling down what he heard of the conversation so he can show it to the others.
I love it. He's staring at the bowl and holding the bowl with his left hand while trying to write with his right hand on a little sheet of parchment. Oh. Oh god, that's gotta be awkward on the fucking cave floor.
Gotta do what you gotta do, man.
Yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do. Alright, you cast that again?
10 minutes. They're not gonna be arguing about the same thing.
Yeah, but we still need a knowledge of the inside of the house.
Yes, he will cast it again. He went up the stairs, right, to go talk to the
Yes, it was upstairs, and then seemingly there was initially, you would assume somewhere up the stairs, not too far based on how it sounded.
Can he just do the room where that man is currently, or something like that?
Yeah, he'll try and get it, to his best estimate. He'll try and get it
where they were talking,
above the men, or something like that.
You focus for another 10 minutes. About halfway through this, you see this, the Jurassic Park of your water.
Oh boy.
No, they're gonna interrupt. I'm busy.
Which stops after a moment. That being the time that they were running at you guys, since we had to go back in time. So, you shaking that off as presumably the ogres and the party, you finish your focusing, and you are almost in a doorway where you focused. It looks like there's a small landing on the second floor that opens to a hallway, and you're essentially in the edge of the hallway near a doorway which seems to be to the master bedroom.
Is the door open?
The door is currently about half open.
I'll switch to hearing to see if I can figure out what room they're in.
You can hear what sounds like, in that master bedroom, something being like, the sound of it's like someone looking through a dresser or something. Like the sound of drawers and the vague faint sound of like clothes being moved.
They're trying to steal the binding.
Hurriedly?
Yes.
They're trying to steal the binding.
So they're frantically searching for something.
Not frantically. It's the sound of it, but it's not like hurried and looting or anything.
I don't know what conclusion to draw from this.
They're stealing the binding from the guy.
I mean,
so we can use it again.
Yeah, but like that's not a good idea, right?
I mean, probably not. Doesn't mean they won't try.
I mean, the Red Band aren't known for their intelligence.
I'll keep listening.
After about 3 more minutes of this, you hear this loud, like, sound. Like, something hit something else.
A gun? No.
Definitely, like, give me a perception check again. Let's see how well you can identify.
Big, big. Think big, big, big. Think big. Think big. Think big.
That's pretty not
big.
big.
Something,
not big, not big.
Something hitting something fairly hard, but you can't really make out what.
And then silence?
And then after a moment of pause, like, not a literal minute, but just a moment of pause, you hear, be a better way, just ought to be a better way. And then looking again. By the way, that was the one who you had not saw, the one who you have not heard the voice of the one that was downstairs in sewing originally. More rifling through things. Or looking through things.
Does it become more hurried as he goes?
No, it's fairly consistent. About 7 or 8 minutes in, you hear of a door opening and slamming shut from below.
Oh no.
And you hear, sir, yes, Harper was looking at me wrong, and, well, let me tell you, Larry went ahead and, bludgeoned him good for that. What did you say? And at this point, you just hear this sound. Get out. Now. That being the sound of the Eminent.
Dude, that was some good Foley work. That sounded great.
Oh, my hand is killing me right now. I backhanded the shit out my palm. Oh, like, my fourth finger is pulsing my fucking ring finger right now. Hope it was worth it. And then the sound of steps being very slowly climbed up. Well, not slowly, but consistently. Very smoothly. And then a moment later, coming around and... What is the meaning of this? Well, sir, so, while you're here, he spit at me, and I said he couldn't have no food for the morning. Thought I would show him what for. Oh, did you now? Did you really? Do I need to make clear that you do not strike anyone under my command without my And because I have made that very clear multiple times before, and do you want to be made an example of? Sir, Your Eminence, it was not a choice I made lightly, but I know that he needs to be put... And he is cut off.
Is there the sounds of struggle?
No.
Or blood.
A second, about 3 seconds later, you hear a thump of something falling on the floor.
I want to give it like... I imagine like Owen like passes his right hand over the bowl to switch to sight, and then immediately passes over with his left hand to switch back to hearing. He just wants to see if he can see anything.
That guy just had a dagger thrown in his throat.
Thrown?
Yes.
Wow.
The Eminent is still about 7 or 8 feet away, and the guy currently has a dagger sticking out of his throat.
Damn.
Wait, hold on.
And he just...
Wait, hold on. No, what kind of dagger?
It is very Shiv-like. It does not have a crossguard or anything. The bottom of it is, like, from what you can see, it's very, no more than, it couldn't be more than, like, 8 inches, maybe 10. No crossguard, just a simple piece of metal on it.
Before I switch back to sound, actually, like, can I get a closer look at this guy and, you know, see if he's got any weird, like, lumps under his armor or clothing or anything like that?
Who, the Eminent?
Yeah.
He's suspicious binding.
Yeah, is there a sign on him that says binding here?
Give me a perception check.
Does he does he have a purse that says a bag that says the binding bag?
Fuck, dude.
At a glance, you can see he is wearing not even a hooded, just a simple cloak, more of a jacket, kind of on the grayer side. It is very straightforward. He's got under it a simple set of what look like nice silk, but still simple pants. Very, very, very nice leather shined boots. They look like they are in perfect condition. Simple. He's got what looks like on his chest, he's got a second shirt over his first one that is a very simple dark gray. Definitely tracks with, you know, that kind of hoity-toity Lenorian style. You can see there's a couple of like golden chains hanging off of it in various places. A bit of a fancy collar, which kind of cuts down in almost like a V-neck style on the jacket down to about midway in his chest.
Midway, he's got the deep V.
Yes, but he does have a shirt on under it.
Oh,
but
okay.
yes, he does have a deep V on that jacket, though.
Yeah, it's a sexy V.
He has a single button. Currently, looks like it's coming undone from what you can tell. And other than that, he has a. That's all that really. I mean, you were just looking for things that stick out, right?
Well, like, is there anything, you know, because Owen's met this guy before. Is there anything he has that Owen can see that he definitely didn't have before?
Is he missing any extremities? Does he have any more than he used to have?
He does not have any extra extremities right now.
Okay.
He wasn't wearing like anything this because when you saw him, he was in armor. So
right.
This is the first time you see him in regular clothing. Like he has on like, you know, like not a lot of jewelry, but like he has on, you know, a long, like not very long, but again, to kind of like add to the V of the jacket, silver necklace, and then like a almost like black and silver chain that's nearly a choker. Like not exactly, but close to. Like he's got a couple more things like that. He has a couple of simple piercings on his left ear. He has a couple of small braids in his fairly short hair. Like it was shorter. It is obvious he has not had his hair cut in some time. But his short, slightly, you know, not shoulder length yet, but well on its way to being. About the same as, like, Evian when you first met him at this point. No facial hair, still got that simple ASMR kind of tattooing on his face. Nothing particular sticks out.
Then I suppose, after getting a fairly decent look at the guy, Owen will switch back to hearing to see what he can.
As he disappears past the doorway, you can see he steps very carefully, like lifting his pant legs to make sure not to get any blood on them. Well, no, you wouldn't see that. That would be the last thing I guess you see as fades. You hear careful steps, and then you hear just this. Get up. Get up. Deal with this. Then you hear scrambling, just and then of what sounds like a body being dragged.
Was the downstairs guy his squire?
No? There was someone else in here.
So these guys fucking broke into his house because they were pissed off at the squire to steal something from the squire?
That's super not what it is, dude. The squire was either with them or trying to stop them in some way. They beat him the fuck up to prevent him from stopping them, but they didn't succeed anyway. They were clearly going after the binding.
Clearly going after the binding.
I mean, that or some other possession that he might have had hidden somewhere in there.
Yeah. That is how it comes across to me.
So then he showed up to bitch slap them himself.
Or the guy just returned home, realized what's happening, and fucked up everyone.
Yeah.
I mean, as far as you know, the guy downstairs that was sewing is still alive.
Right.
And after a second of dragging... No, Harriet, I'm not going to allow you to stay in this beautiful floor right now. You just hear silence for a second, and then... Like this almost defeated, like completely broken level of agreement. Momentary pause. Hear quiet footsteps getting closer, as if leaving the bedroom. The hallway. You there. Please. Deal with this. Upper is busy. Oh, of course, sir. And then you hear stumbling coming up the stairs. And then just... Oh! Is there something the matter? No, sir. No. Please, dispose of this. We need not have any more problem. Hopefully this will be a reminder about how to treat all of my men equally. For each and every one of you. Of course, sir.
So there's the eminence and 3 subordinates, right?
One is dead. One is presumably a squire, and then the sewing one was come up. And
is the sewing one the one that was going through the drawers?
No, that was the one that was downstairs. The one going through the drawers is dead.
Okay.
And at this point, you start to hear the sounds of going downstairs and just this, like, very nervous, labored breathing, and it fades.
Balls. I'm not going to blow my last level 3 just yet. Or Owen's not going to do that. And he's going to, again, he's going to write down, details that he noticed. And he's going to return to Evian and Simon and tell them what he has seen.
That is a lot.
Aye. A lot.
I'm trying to understand the command structure that they have there. But it doesn't make much sense.
They're not disciplined even. They don't, I mean, at least they weren't when I fought them. They take orders more out of fear than loyalty. They are coerced to following orders.
It is no good way to maintain an army.
Many of them are selfish. It sounded like they disagreed with whatever the Eminent has planned.
That is good at least. I mean, maybe some of them will not be fighting with their all then if they do not agree. Could make it easier for us.
Well, it's a long shot, but goodness knows it would be helpful if some of them threw down their arms and surrendered.
It would indeed. Now that probably won't happen, but it would be nice.
We can always hope. That wasn't the master bedroom that the guy was ransacking, right?
Can't say for sure. It might have been. Like, you were in the edge of the hallway. It could have been, that could have been the master bedroom, or it could have been the one down the hall from it.
How big, in retrospect, were the parlor and, like, upstairs?
The parlor was fairly small, but, like the stairs, it seems like continuing on past the parlor, like, past the stairs, if you kept going straight, it opened up into a much bigger room, though obviously you were not really focusing on that. Based on eyeball estimates and the information you already had, the best guess would be that the second floor is not as large as the first. So there's probably not much more than 2 main bedrooms on the second floor.
So, what I'm hearing is Double Silence. Operation Double Silence is a go.
I'm loving it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Man, won't it be really funny when we go gank this guy and, like, somehow
He's not home.
He gets, well, I mean, he's got to be home, right? We have a literal eye in the sky. Like, we'll know where he is. But
Sure.
It's going to be really funny when we go to gank him and, like, he pulls out the binding and it doesn't require him to speak to use it, and we just get nuked. Everyone dies.
It's just a gun.
God.
It's just a fucking Tommy gun.
It's dare you use that joke
Tommy
after
gun.
fucking making fun of William for using the joke.
It's just a big rock which he drops on us, and then we die. Haha.
It's a small rock, but it weighs 900,000 pounds.
9 billion
shit.
pounds.
Brushes her feet.
A
It is
small
a
rock the
black
size of a
hole.
large rock.
Alright,
It's a large
so,
rock the size of a small rock that weighs as much as me.
as you are filling in Evian and Simon on everything, you hear the unmistakable sounds of Ishri coming down the echoing cave. As you turn the last corner, Ishri, your allies before you.
How's that addressed just to Ishri?
She was the one that I was narratively describing at that point, but you all would.
Okay, good to know.
Only
Also, Ishri has the most dark vision, so she sees things first.
Did the rest of the group, like, work on the rubble at all?
Not me.
I don't
Yeah.
think Simon would have.
I think Evian would have been while, like, making the progress that he could while everyone was off doing
I
their own
completely
individual thing.
forgot to ask that to the ogres
Oh,
since they started roughhousing each other after. I was like, I'm not gonna.
oh.
insist.
All right, so Evian, in that case, give me an athletics check.
Huge. Think colossal.
Simon's helping me, so I get advantage, right?
Simon helping clear this.
Fucking helping you.
He'll
you
use
kidding
his
me?
magic to clean up any wounds you get. Any splinters.
Simon will give
He'll use his magic to
Big
bring you
hits.
out back to life.
Just a straight roll?
Wait, did I hear Logan? Did you just say you give Evian big hands? By which I'm sure you meant you cast enlarge on him.
No, I don't have that spell.
Damn. That would have been pretty huge, though.
Oh, disappointing. Nick.
Evian, you start. This shit's packed in tight. You kind of like grab it like where there's like this leg of a chair, and like you can get really good leverage grabbing at it and like pulling. And as you start to, you just hear this as like everything. It is a load-bearing piece of chair.
Ooh.
You're like, well, you could try. Might
If
all
I
come
need
down
to-
on you. Might not.
If I need to, I will rage for this.
It's more
Oh
a
my
matter of
God.
do you want to like you
Risk
want to
it
try
falling
this?
on you.
Yeah, while everyone else is gone.
Or it's loud. If there's somebody
Dude,
dumping the
just-
crapper
Just-
at this
just pull
moment,
it and
it's
then
going to
immediately
be bad.
jump. Pull it and
I-
then immediately jump
I
away.
think pulling it and then immediately jumping back is a good bet. I think that should work.
Backflip immediately.
Right. Give me.
Like use the momentum of that thing coming loose to like leap backwards.
And you, with all your fucking strength, start pulling. Get like 1 foot on the side of the wall, and you start jumping backwards as it does. And you realize the leg has broken off and is now in your hand, and it did not move.
Boo.
So does he even just do a cool backflip while holding a chair leg?
I'm imagining he slides backwards and just as a chair leg now.
Damn it.
They keep appearing.
They keep appearing.
The better to
I-
beat somebody up.
If Simon's watching, he sees all this happen. He watches as Edian shrugs and puts the chair leg in his bag.
My.
Ugh.
You gonna keep working on it?
Yeah.
Right. Few minutes, you just start like trying to figure out. Like, the big problem is everything has just kind of been smashed together. Like, very efficiently, this has become eerily a wall. Like, this is full on like a trash compactor cube almost.
Jesus.
You would gather they probably threw Zog into this many times at one point, trying to make it move. Gets to the point where you're pulling and little bits are just breaking off, but nothing load-bearing seems to want to give.
Man.
This continues for the better part of half an hour, trying to get a good grip pull for a couple of minutes here, a couple of minutes there, and finally it breaks and you just have nothing. It is semi-frustrating and it's frustrating. It's very frustrating for two separate reasons. One, you know you can fucking do this if it wasn't already dealt with and crammed together. And two, you're fucking Christ, you should be able to do this.
Yeah.
It definitely feels like a case of, you know, the ogres made this a lot harder on you than it should have been.
That is annoying.
And eventually, working up this huge fucking sweat, you start to hear the sounds of Ishri and company coming down the cave.
I thought the ogres beckoned them to go on as they were busy arguing with each other.
Yeah, that's why I said
Yeah.
they hear the sounds of
Oh, so
Ishri and
it's-
company.
We don't hear the, like, Jurassic Park rumbles.
No.
No, no.
Oh, I thought you said that before.
You heard it for just a moment when they were running. Like when they were
They
running
like
towards...
ran each other into the wall.
Yeah, and remember when you were really far down the thing because you wanted privacy for that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So you heard that when they were running towards Sophia and friends, or felt that very subtly, and then you headed back, and now they've headed back, and you have all met back up here at the cave lockout, as I'm calling it.
Oh, not privacy. I just didn't want to smell stinky ogre cave. While
I
was casting.
apologize.
My.
Yeah, Simon was welcome to join Owen and be present for all that.
Ian was just in a dark cave by himself, trying to break down the wall. Not
He
able
just
to.
had a fucking torch laying on the ground while he was doing this. Oh god, that is so close to just...
Wait, hold on. How long was he there? Like half an hour?
Yeah, 20 minutes, half hour.
This one looks flammable, right?
Oh,
no.
I mean, yeah, it's very dry.
Oh, no.
You're in a cave, sir.
It's very dry.
But Evian's not that smart.
He's got 18 wisdom!
No. Okay, yes, he has wisdom, but he doesn't know
how
cave.
fire works?
No, he know. Oh my.
The concept of, like, limited oxygen. It's up to you, Mitchell. This is your call.
Nah, it's alright. I won't do that.
You sure?
Yeah.
Oh.
As much as I want to. I don't want William to yell at me.
So eventually, Owen, you come back and fill them in, and then a few moments later, as you're filling them in on everything you've seen, Walker, Rom, Sophia, Ishri, the rest of the crew come back.
Fuck, now I have to start over.
Do you?
It's kind of important.
And Owen, you start over on your story. Over the course of 10 minutes or so, you fill them in. Evian, you fill them in on how tightly packed this is, and you guys let them know about the ogre. You guys all end up on the same page. So, exhausting 15 minutes of conversation, and you guys all have the same information about how tightly packed the wood is, about how Owen has seen some strange level of dissension within the Red Band of some sort, and about how the ogres are more than willing to listen to reason. What are you guys doing?
Sophia's gonna try something out. She's gonna grab a rock. Just like a random rock that seems like, you know, a size where she can easily put it in her pocket after, dusts it off, and then she sits down, takes something out of her pouch, and then she tries to do a ritual on it.
Okay.
Well,
It starts working on a ritual on a rock. Interesting.
yes.
Is it a
We'll
long
try to
ritual?
do this on the rock.
Well, Walker's got a hatchet. So we could start just going ham on the
Owen
rubble.
also has a hatchet.
Oh, dude, we could just go ham on the rubble.
You guys gonna go ham on the rubble?
Give me a second.
Give him a second.
Trying to figure out if there's anything I have for this. I feel like between like 4 of us, we must have some kind of magic that will help us bypass a pile of wood.
Have Evian cast Torch on it.
Is the wood magical? Can I dispel it?
No.
Damn it. Can I cast plant growth on dead wood?
What?
Yeah.
How would that help?
Damn it.
Yeah, that would
Well,
also
if
be a
it-
negative.
Well, if it expands in the middle, it might kind of dislodge it or push some of the stuff out.
Also, there are
Yeah.
boulders on the other side as well.
Oh,
What?
it's not just a pile.
Yeah, Walker.
Thought.
Walker. I described you having to go over boulders and shit on the other side. There was rocks and shit on the other side of it as
I
well.
did not remember that. I thought
Like
it was just wood.
as in a cave-in, or
No, less of a cave-in and more intentionally moved boulders to reinforce.
can ogres move boulders such as those?
I mean, you've seen
Well,
them
if they
carry
were-
some heavy shit.
I mean, if they were moved there by people, we can probably move them ourselves as well.
Well, like a bunch of hefty miners with like ropes and pulley, probably, and no time limit, probably have better
Yeah,
rock
but we have an
boulder
Evian and a
moving.
Nishri.
I mean, I guess.
And a lot of ingenuity.
And potentially
hatchets.
3 ogres.
What have
And
I seen?
hatchets.
What have
I
I
thought,
seen?
I thought you said there was
boys
4
do?
ogres or something at the beginning of the session.
No, it's
then.
just 3.
Yeah, that's what I thought from last time.
Big
But it sounds like
Mountain
Ben
Zog.
said the guy had like 3 friends or something.
I might have said there are like 3 friends.
Anyway, so I guess with the 2 hatchets, Evian and Ishri's big bods, and the others helping by just clearing the rubble away, we can start making progress.
Couldn't we just have Rom fucking
Eldritch Blast over and
fucking
over.
blast it? Yeah.
It's probably gonna be loud. I guess so would be
Sure.
chopping stuff.
I mean, I can just cast silence.
Then
Oh,
would you-
she can't cast.
Well, he can,
No,
he,
she can
she can cast from
into
outside.
it. Yeah.
Yeah. Does Eldritch Blast work that way then? How does that work?
It's force damage, right?
Yeah. Well,
What is that?
mine isn't.
Oh, god damn it!
Minus in what?
God fucking damn it!
Minus in what?
Hers
Hers
isn't
is
force
not.
damage.
Oh. Funny.
God damn it, Alex. Why do you have to be unique?
It does have a level of force to it, but like...
What if I fucking smite it with my magic sword?
One way to find out. Evian has informed you that this does seem to be very load-bearing. Like, it definitely seems like a case where you hit the right thing and it's gonna kind of fall apart.
If we get like Walker and Evian to put their heads together examining it, could we come up with, you know, the spot where we fucking smite it and it just collapses?
Possibly. Like,
You know,
Evian's
but
already
I'm
spent...
thinking like when you're playing 7 Days to Die and you hit that one
God.
block and like the whole fucking thing just comes down.
Oh, you have to find the right weird window that's somehow
Yeah,
holding up
that's
like
exactly
how
what
The
I'm thinking of.
load-bearing bookcase.
Yes, that is what I want.
Oh,
Can
there is
Walker look for
possibly a bookcase in there, so...
Can Walker look for the load-bearing wood case? Would that be a... Could that be a woodworker's...
Oh, yeah, I would say intelligence woodworkers.
Can I get Karad to guide his sight?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
In addition, would it help that he's also expertise in investigation and expertise in woodworkers?
I mean, that's what the woodworker's expertise there is, isn't it?
What?
Doubling proficiency?
Well, my point is, you know, both of these skills are applicable in different ways.
I mean, yeah, it's all going to affect the DC. Sure.
Okay.
You don't need to
that's
ask.
That's all I'm asking.
How fucking
Right.
dare you ask? First off.
Is Owen guiding him?
Oh yeah, you know it, dude.
Okay.
He says when he like, so he'll ask you this question like, Walker, could you take a look at this and see if there's a place that we could strike it to bring the whole thing down? And then he'll like, you know, when you move past him to go look at it, he'll say,
Yeah.
oh, hold on just a second, and he'll like put his hand on Walker's shoulder and close his eyes, and he'll say, Karad, guide his sight. That's what he says.
Okay, I'm adding a D4. I can't wait to
Oh,
roll
I fucking
one.
love that, dude.
Alrighty.
Oh, that's so big, man.
Oh my
Jesus.
Pretty good. Do I find the bookcase?
You begin searching and just like, you can see where Evian's torn pieces out and you're shaking them a little bit, just seeing what happens. At one point, you go to the chair that Evian was kind of like, you know, where you like lightly shake to see if there's any give, to see if it's how load-bearing something is.
It's Jenga.
Essentially. Each moment you're kind of like, okay, not this, and you get to like the chair that Evian yanked out, and like one of the little crossbars you like pull on, and it just like yanks out immediately. You're like, oh, definitely not that. And you find what seems to be a one of the I don't know what the name of it is, but you know how like on a headboard of a bed, like the two sides will have like pillars on them?
Post?
Yeah, like the post of a headboard, and you like, you're like, oh fuck. And it's not moving at all. There's no shake. This shit has a lot of weight on it. There seems to be something like what you're gathering is there's probably like a flat part of a table or a bench or something that is bearing the whole load on top of this, and that by removing this, the whole thing will kind of like essentially, you know, Rube Goldberg out. That is your assumption or hope.
So how could we like somehow get in there, start digging through it with like the hatchets?
I mean,
and then
you've got about 6 to 8 inches of it sticking out, which you've kind of been messing with. So,
Could I smite it with my sword?
Could we like dig into it and like remove the legs
just cut
or
the leg off.
yeah, cut the legs from whatever was holding all that, and then that would work? Or
you could try. Or you could try and you could try and just yank this thing out and see what happens. You can try and destroy something. Yeah, there's a lot of options here.
Walker would explain to the group that it seems that there is, you know, this flat object in here that is bearing most of this load, and that if we are able to remove it, most of it would just kind of crumble down. He would then explain that we'll have to find some way to either destroy the structural integrity of this one object or somehow remove most of it.
I mean, that could give it the good pull. See what happens.
Sure, if you want to try, though, just be careful. It'll probably come crashing down on you if you're successful.
No, I was already prepared for that the first time.
Huh.
Before you try and pull it out, let me make sure that no unwanted ears are going to hear what happens. Wouldn't want anybody to come down and investigate the mine now, would we?
Hmm.
Not some time ago, there was just a weird crashing sound in here when fucking ogres were throwing each other at this.
Apparently.
Ghosts. There's ghosts in the mine.
There's ghosts in the mines!
Usually, once he's finished, do you want to help me try to pull this out?
Oh, dude, I can place my little. Since we have a map, I can be like, boop.
God, silence being a fucking ritual is bullshit.
Dude, that's
very
big,
good,
man. I fucking love that this is. I wanted this to happen so bad, and it's finally happening.
Us to use silence effectively.
Yes.
Very funny.
And being able to use it as a ritual, God, that's gotta feel good. All right, so as they concoct the plan, Owen, you focus and create silence.
To clarify, between the time that Owen is working on the thing, the others are getting ready, Walker's going to take his hatchet to the pile to try to ease their pull of it.
Okay,
slightly.
see if there's
It'll
more
some...
grab he can get around it, see if he can destroy stuff around it, get him a little bit deeper on it.
Yeah, basically remove anything that would be obscure their grip. You know, give them a better chance.
All right.
Of this.
And as you...
hold on. I kind of just placed the template down willy-nilly, but the intent is to, you know, get
it as close into the middle as you can. I understand.
Yeah.
You just got really excited and just...
Yeah, I got really excited.
All right. So with that, I would like to see a Walker. You're kind of like chopping things, like breaking bits away, seeing how much, and then all of a sudden, like and then you hit it again, and there's nothing, and there's that uncanny moment. And you go like turn to be like, hey, what the fuck, or whatever. Walker's just spots it, and there's nothing. Islands.
Walker gets at this point magic. He's not phased.
You move away.
Walker will kind of gesture towards the others and move away.
All right. Is it time for Evian to do his thing again?
Yeah, and
big check.
Evian's gonna motion towards Ishri to come help him.
Ishri is hopping from foot to foot in excitement to help pull heavy objects.
Does Ishri grab Evian to throw him at it?
Yeah, that's our plan. Like the ogres did. It'll work this time, guys.
What's done?
Now that we know where the weak spot is.
Exactly. And we know that Owen can just patch him up, so it's fine.
We should be throwing Ishri at it since she's wearing the armor.
So, question here. As you guys move into this bubble of silence conjured by Owen, Who's taking point? There's enough room after Walker's chopping to get both of you grabbing it, but like one of you's got to like lean in and get in there, and one of you's going to be essentially in the back. The one who gets in there, like there is not going to be room for both. If this thing collapses,
I almost kind of imagined like Evian was pulling on the thing itself, and Ishri was like pulling on Evian.
Okay,
That's
all
what I
right.
imagined as well, actually. So
Oh my
perfect.
god! All right. So in that case, if you would please each give me an athletics check. As you try and pull this fucking pillar out.
Would I be able to burn a rage for this for advantage?
Yeah.
All right.
Evian just... But you don't hear anything because it's perfectly silent.
That's
2 sevens.
perfect.
That was
singing.
it.
That feels pretty bad, dude.
Evian, I would like a dexterity save with disadvantage. Ishri, I would like a dexterity save.
Oh boy.
Do they get +1
Wait, what?
from?
Oh my
damage?
god, Evian!
We do all
good.
get +1. You're right. I forgot.
Nice.
I rolled
18 and 22.
Huge.
Or not. 18 and 10.
I rolled
And
a
as
15
you
and a
hear,
natural.
well, no, you don't hear anything, and that's actually the problem. You like pull with everything you got. Silence. You guys are watching as this goes out, and like Evian, a lot of your instincts and reaction, like you hear things. That's a big part, like paying attention. But with the darkness and now no sound, you don't, like, you start to feel it give way, not realizing that it already has started, and you immediately, like, you feel it give up, and you roll back much like you did last time. Ishri, unfortunately, slipping with her boots, you roll off of her, behind her. The load-bearing pillar broken in half, flying behind you, Evie, and you completely lose it as it just launches back. You guys, the rest of you hear a clanging from about 20, 30 feet back where Evian seems to have launched it. Ishri,
Oh boy.
give me a strength save.
To mention, I have to imagine, like, from the people in the peanut gallery, there's probably like a yell that goes out, like, run, move, when it starts going down.
Yeah, like we're not. We don't just
Ben,
be like, hey, good luck, guys.
am
We'll be over here.
Seeing
Like,
that
we're
Ishri
there.
has slipped, am I able to get back in and try to help her?
Not in enough time. This is happening across, like, a matter of seconds. You are yanked back and, like, she essentially is fucking German suplexing you.
Oh my god.
And Ishri, oh my god.
She's fine. It's
As
it's fine.
Ishri it just starts collapsing, pure silence. Ishri is completely covered.
Oh,
You guys have
She's not even
lost her.
bloodied. She's not even bloodied. She's fine, guy.
You guys
my
have
gosh.
completely lost her in
Would
this
that have basically
rubble.
killed Owen?
I think it's time to start.
Would not have killed Owen.
pulling
He
her
would have
out.
survived.
What
Would
was
have
that,
killed
Michelle?
Sophia.
I think
Sophia
Evian
would still
will
be
start.
up.
I think Evian will start digging Ishri out immediately.
Sophia would barely be up, but she'd be up.
We do that.
Yeah,
Walker-
Sophia
We dig
walks up
Ishri
and
up.
also starts helping.
Would also help with his
Does her
hatchet.
best.
Like if it seems like the rebel has like settled, then Owen will drop the silence, so we can hear Ishri.
yeah. All right, as the silence fades, there is Ishri, what does it sound like? Is there a reaction from Ishri as she gets
Yeah.
covered?
As soon as the silence drops, right? So Ishi's not been under the rubble for a good, 2 seconds at this point, and she's just like, "Can you fucking help, please? I'm a bit stuck. Please."
You see like a
Probably
boot.
be
You see like a
super
fucking boot sticking out on the far end.
Super muffled, like
Oh, if I see her boot sticking out, I'm gonna grab her leg and yank.
No, don't.
Give me an athletics check.
He's gonna pull her fucking shoe off.
I
Oh,
was gonna like
What if
scrape
she's
her
impaled?
across.
oh my god! You get up there and you're like standing on it and you just like see this fucking avalanche of splintered wood. Ishri, as you're like trying to fight, like being covered, you just start to feel yourself and like you can feel as this piercing splintered 2x4 begins to get driven further into your shoulder. You take another 8 piercing damage as he like lifts all of your body weight into this. But is able to get you out as the rest of the people are are descending on this collapse of heap.
Ishri is almost bloodied, but not yet.
Oh my
Very
god!
thick skin.
Fucking
Hilarious.
Oh.
Oops.
Ishri, you are yanked out of the thing. You like start to stand, and you've got just splinters, you've got bruises, you've got like a cut above your eye, you have what looks like a bit of a 2x4 sticking out of your shoulder. It broke off. There's about 6 inches of it still sticking out of your left shoulder right now.
Oh my god, that does not look good. Sophia immediately starts trying to clean up what she can.
For God's sake, you
Ishri-
sit down.
Just turns around. Is this, did we do it?
Ishri, stop moving.
Hold still.
You have a giant piece of wood in your shoulder. Stop moving, please.
It's fine. It barely hurts. It's okay.
You can hear the thumping of ogres running towards you.
Oh, fuck. What if they smell blood? What if this is a Finding Nemo situation?
They just ate.
So, Sophia, can you still speak with them, or?
Ben is probably coming to an end, right?
Oh, it's been an hour. With the ritual spells and everything, it has been over an hour. And Mock comes over and just...
Although Sophia has cast 2 different things on the stone. On 2 different stones.
Okay.
Before all this nonsense happened, when I said that Sophia was casting the thing, she would have tried out anyways to see if it works. On one of the rocks, she would have tried saying, "It's very important to stay here." And on the other one, "Please help.
Okay.
Help with this."
What is the triggering condition?
It would be, one would be Ogre's stay, and the other one would be Ogre's help.
No, I mean, what's...
What?
okay, it's when you say that
Or
that they...
saying that, yeah.
Okay.
Anybody saying it.
Okay,
The
anyone.
The 2 words being told together would trigger it.
It does say the... It has to be based on visual or audible condition within 30 feet of the object.
Yes, which would be a stone, and it's an audible object. So as soon as I,
All right.
because I was carrying the stone, so it's okay.
Okay, so the goal is to have it, like,
On the
have it...
keyword.
Okay.
At the keywords, it would say the message.
All right. And hopefully they will understand that based on...
Hopefully.
We'll find out. Anyway, at this point you see as Mock, the largest, most chitinous armored one with the
Sophia
chain...
starts casting comprehend language on herself at ritual.
comes
quickly.
over and, like, comes over near you guys and just... Walk, and, like, pointing in surprise at what you guys have done. Ik bwak dalaka.
Sophia would have started as soon as she heard them walking by the comprehend language, so I'm assuming she had 30 seconds done before they arrived.
Yeah, the general body language is that of dumbfounded stupor.
We're wizards. He thinks we're wizards.
I mean, we're fairies, actually.
Fairies who had big, strong
and
men.
Starts looking at Sophia as she's trying to ritual cast and just... Kagabalin! Kagabalin! Oh.
Sophia tries to finish the spell!
As you get finished, you really? How did you do that? That's impressive. What did you even manage? What?
Sophia will, Sophia's just like trying to figure out. She just looks at the rest of the group. They're very confused about how we managed to do it.
The other 2 aren't here. It's just Mock.
The other 2 aren't here? Okay.
Yeah.
She looks to the rest of the group. He's wondering how it is that we opened it. I cannot speak to him anymore. The best I have is maybe these magic rocks are going to be able to communicate with them. I don't actually know if it's going to work yet. I've never tried this.
Owen's going to throw caution to the winds and like look up from Ishri for just a moment, and he'll like he'll do like jazz hands, and then he'll very slowly and clearly he'll enunciate magic.
He just
He
looks
then,
back at you and
Yes, we do magic.
and starts like looking at his foot.
And what
The insightful amongst you would gather the word magic seems to, in their language, have some connotation to the word foot.
magic, and then she will cast a light. Sophia says magic, and then a light appears.
Magical, and then like holds its foot up to you, calloused and cut, trying to balance on one foot for a second, and then falls over.
Walker's going to ignore the beast and make to continue clearing away rubble so we actually have a path through. He isn't worried about issue because Owen's there.
There is about 6 inches to a foot of clearance at the very top of the stones and boulder.
Doesn't go all the way through, does it?
The 6 inches to a foot or so seems to.
Oh shit. Still, we have stuff to
Yeah.
take. Start. Now that we have clearance, we can actually start trying to remove things from the top and bring them down to the side, etc.
Also,
Right.
now that that's down, the smell is starting to come down too.
Oh boy.
Like
It was that packed before?
yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, no, like, well, that, and also there was the overwhelming smell of ogre, which would have, even if it wasn't as strong, been closer. Now, the overwhelming smell of at least weeks, probably months of refuse being dumped down the fucking mine. Like, Walker, you are getting a fucking whiff of that.
Listen, Walker may not like it, but he'll deal with it long enough to start, to work on this.
Yeah.
So he'll man up and just fucking start clearing. Are others going to be help?
Yeah, Evian will be helping.
Fantastic. We got 2 hatchets.
I'm sure Ishri tries to stand up to help, and I'm sure Owen. I'm trying to say everyone's name at
Ian,
once.
my favorite person.
A new character named Ian appears.
That's just the Evie and Owen ship.
Okay, all right.
Oh no.
What do you mean ship? I mean, you guys
don't need to ship it. It's
Yeah.
sorry, we're there.
Listen,
Like,
Were you,
if y'all
listen, are
listen to
you on watch
SpongeBob-
all night? I don't think so.
Anyway,
So-
we got 2 hatchets for the 2 people doing it. I imagine Owen does a doctor slap on history. To
What?
stop
Don't
getting out.
we literally have a fucking ogre that wants to help us.
That we can't communicate with.
We can communicate with crude hand gestures.
Are you good luck with
Also,
that? Walker's just gonna start working.
Sophia's gonna try to take out the one rock, and then say, "Ogre's help," and the rock will say, "Help with this."
Is that
Help with this, please. And
Is
then
this-
she'll point to the rubble.
is this a universal translation rock? What's the deal with
I'm
this?
gonna try to see because I did this while she had tongues.
I can't imagine that would stay, right?
So
I mean, listen, this is my attempt.
give me a persuasion check.
That's pretty.
And
big.
as you point at, like, Bach has this moment and then, like, stands
sees a-
up.
All of a sudden, he sees a rock with a mouth that
Yeah.
appears.
Oh. He, like, looks at it, looks at you, looks at the rock, looks at his foot, which he's still holding, goes,
So, how I imagine this happening. Sophia
that
holds up a rock. This rock starts softly glowing the way her tattoos usually would, and then on the line that softly is glowing opens a mouth that looks like a human mouth, has like a tongue and some teeth as well.
Uh,
The inside, just like all rock-like, and then it just starts speaking, and says in Sophia's voice, "Help with this, please." And then it just closes and it looks back, and it closes it slowly. The line reappears and then fades slowly, and then it's back to just being a normal rock. You would not know it's magical.
So, as I said, Mark starts to stand up, looks at his massive calloused foot, and just,
Well, Sophia knows what he's saying. She has comprehend language.
He'll say, so it seems like magic seems to mean 1 foot or stand on foot.
Okay.
And he charges forward, looking at the rocks. Walker, give me a dexterity save.
What the fuck, you bastard?
I didn't mean for this to work out this way.
That's pretty good.
And
Was
Just
Evian
look
also,
very
was Evian
persuasive.
also helping?
Evian, were you also helping?
Apparently, the rock sounds very persuasive when it says, please help.
Yeah, that would have been helpful.
All right, give me a dexterity save as well.
I have to imagine it's
Can I help
possible that
too?
Were you?
No, I just
Do you almost want to be in the line of fire?
All right, if Rom was Rom also helping clear these rocks?
Would have Rom been helping with the rocks or helping with the ogre?
Oh no, you're right. She would help with the ogre.
All right, so it's just the two. All right, and let's see how this fucker did. Okay, that's big when you consider how big he is. Walker, you roll out of the pile. Walker, you're taking half damage. Evie, and you're gonna be taking full damage. As you see, as he runs and slides, kicking with one leg right into one of the large boulders. Just running fucking single leg, like drop kicking it.
This psychopath.
Just seemingly because you kept saying magic, it seems like he believed you guys were asking him to kick this rock.
Right, so he did not understand. He just saw you saying 1 foot and pointing at the thing.
And you just hear and feel this vibration all around you as there is this echoing sound.
So much for silence.
That's what I was worried about.
And like you just hear this grinding of stone on stone. He also takes the damage as the rock crushes his leg from moving backward. And like looks back to Sophia as he stands back up. I was throat.
She just nods with her head, like yes.
Gok twin dalak. Ajikarok.
What did he say?
He is still saying, he's essentially saying, should I kick it again?
And she says no with her head. She says no with her head, and then she just puts a thumb up. Like, yeah, we're all good.
Kind of stands up a little bit more. You can see at least one of the toes blatantly broken. Does not seem affected.
Oh, well, yes, that didn't go exactly as planned, but at least the rocks work, I guess.
What happened to
Probably.
the tunnel exactly?
So one of the main boulders got shoved backwards, and you guys who were on the top trying to like clear it out from the side got knocked down as like essentially one of the main largest boulders that was reinforcing all this just got shoved backwards and everything collapsed in. So now you've got about 4 feet clearance.
Nice.
Wait, so can we crawl through?
Easily.
I mean, you just need to bend your head.
We also have to make sure we don't stab ourselves with some broken wood midway through the fucking crawl.
Yeah.
I mean,
a lot of that got kicked to the side when
just-
Mock was charging through as well.
The what?
Mock was charging through and kicked a lot of it to the side.
Hmm.
Well, there we go. That's not exactly how I intended that to go, but it went better than. Honestly, I didn't know really what to anticipate. I didn't know if he'd understand, so at least that was something.
Well,
Perhaps,
we can.
perhaps we don't do that in the future. Some
Yeah.
people have heard that. Felt it at the very least.
Right. We should probably send Onyx out to try to see if anyone is coming to investigate.
Be cautious of that in case they see a bird coming out of a stone cavern. That would be kind of suspicious.
Would you use your magic to prevent them from seeing him?
I can.
It might
Sure.
be for the best.
Also, we should probably back out. If they see ogres, they might not be as cautious, I suppose. They might just believe the ogres were trying to break out. They probably would just reinforce it at that point. If they see people on the side, then they would probably try to attack us. So we probably should stay back if we end up camping here for the night.
Agreed.
Simon?
Yes. Can get Onyx, and Simon will summon Onyx. Pigeon
Kind
Onyx.
of does this little simple pigeon coo, just this, and like ruffles his feathers a bit.
Sophia just scratch him behind the neck, kind of like you do with bird, and you just kind of like ruffle the back of its neck with feathers on like the back of its head, kind of.
And kind of like looks to Simon, looks to Sophia, and gives that look of, oh, what the fuck do you guys want?
Before I send him out, can I give him like a thing of rations, like some food?
He just starts pecking and just like crunching
goes
anything you're leaving out.
Basically, I'm just doing this so he doesn't get as distracted when he leaves.
And then she does the petting again, and as she does it, she makes him invisible.
The poor bastard's gonna have to fucking find his way out without vision.
I mean, a bat above a building, like during the day, probably wouldn't be.
Is he? No, but he's still a pigeon, isn't he?
He's a pigeon,
He's a
and
fat
we're
pigeon.
still a half-hour stair
a
climb
pigeon.
down in the mine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot quicker to fly though.
Yeah, but I bet he's gonna smack into the wall at least twice.
I mean, I feel like that goes without saying. I don't have to describe it now, though. You guys have saved me the trouble.
We got
as
it already.
as he goes invisible, you start to see a little bit more food start disappearing without anything there, and then you just hear this fluttering, and about 5 seconds later, you hear a
Oh my gosh. Poor Onyx.
and then another one, and this time you see a rock fall. It seems like he hasn't even gotten out of the portion of the cave you guys are in yet.
Sophia would try to light the way up until at least the rubble.
Then you're more hurried fluttering as Onyx heads out of the cave.
Well, that's something at least. We should probably try to camp again.
Yeah.
Get some more rest.
Agreed. I have some splinters I need to tend to now.
Sorry.
Can Ishri short rest and get that sweet medicine check from Owen?
Sweet, dude, you got it.
Sweet.
You got it.
As you
homie.
guys patch up, you see as Mock heads down towards the other side of the cave, where you feel the running of Zog and Eeg on their way back to you. And then you hear and then some kind of similar echo, gun, echoing down from further in the cave, and then
Again, I know what they're saying.
we got it done. No fucking way, that's awesome! Essentially.
Oh, no. Okay.
And a couple of moments later, Owen, as you are doing your best to patch up Ishri, you can go ahead and give me a medicine check.
Sophia, while she has the time, will make sure to virtual cast comprehend language again to make sure it lasts long enough to never have to not understand them.
Is Owen going to help Walker and Evine as well?
Yeah,
with their little
anybody
boo-boos?
who's injured, he'll
Boo-boos.
help out.
Hey, we
And
got boo-boos.
as Owen is helping patch people up, ooh, man, Owen, you are... Thank God for these mages with the ability to clean shit up, because you would be running low on fucking medical supplies at this point. Like, that kit is on re-cleaned bandages and shit. Like, this is...
Listen, Walker always has more clothes for us to cut out.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
And, you see
That's great.
you see as the other two ogres come and, like, they begin... Are you really found... Like, you see Mock just pointing... I did it because I'm the only one who can. Very excitedly, and then, like, The other
did it
two
with the
kind of
same-
look at him, and then he just he puts his hands on his hips and like flexes a little bit, and Eeg moves up to him and like, what? Are you really fine? Of course I am. So I didn't. That's not the way of it. And then like shoves him back a couple feet, just like shoves him in the fucking chest. Eeg moves back forward and then shoves Mock. Mock moves back. They get about 3 inches from each other, and then this they back up a couple feet and they do this huge chest bump with this echoing of fat flesh on fat flesh as they both just jump up and chest bump each other.
Where's the Foley work, Robert?
I don't have 2 fat flesh to slap together. Ugh. But as they do so, Owen, you do your best to focus on your patching and lack of bandages. Well, lack of proper bandages, still working on makeshift stuff. And we will go ahead and take what is hopefully our last break of the night right there.
Howard, now.
I'm sorry, what?
He's got milk flowing through his veins.
Oh,
God, the
shit,
calcium.
I should do that right now.
What?
Put
Get milk?
Alex, you've had
milk,
an
Alex?
hour!
He's gonna inject some milk.
Anyway,
What are you doing,
so,
Alex? We're trying to play D&D. Alex!
Well, whatever, fuck it, we're playing D&D. So, where the fuck were we?
We just did the way Owen did some.
Yeah, we were
medicine
doing
on
a
us.
It's
short-
big medicine
short-
checks.
Yes,
Yeah,
you did
correct.
to do your yes. All right,
And
you guys
now
are
we're
free
kinda-
to.
We're kind of letting Onyx go scout for us. I think we advised him to go look at the route that'll take us to the mansion in question, and we also want the dimensions in the mansions to know if we're good to silence, breach, and clear.
All right. I need a perception check from Fat Bird Onyx, and anyone who is healing up can roll hit dice.
I already did.
They don't need to roll.
Also, I
Right.
didn't need to roll.
Owen doesn't roll below a 500 with his medicine check, so no one needs to roll.
Is it nice to
Yeah.
have expertise and primary ability on your favorite thing?
He has to roll a 3 to fail that medicine check.
Man. Must feel good.
It does. It feels
well,
pretty
I guess
good.
Onyx is not rolling any perception checks, so.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you say Onyx. I thought you were still screaming about.
Go on.
Sorry, hold on.
He has advantage.
He does have advantage.
I should just roll another normal.
Yeah, just roll
Yeah.
another one.
But I'm glad you've come around on the better style of doing that.
Yeah. I'm not gonna say better, but I've come around on it in the sense that I don't want to argue about it. But I digress.
Don't digress me.
Onyx heads out, and Simon, the first thing you get from Onyx is, whoo, boy, you guys are gonna have some fun going up these going up these steps. Ow. Ooh, these steps are gonna be rough.
Very fun.
Right, so scouting the building that the manor that the Eminent is
invisible.
staying in.
And he is invisible.
Yes, I know that.
Just making sure we all remember.
Okay, so what is the goal here? How close? Logan, give me any information. What is Onyx doing? I almost said, what is
he's looking
Sonic
at-
doing?
What's Sonic doing?
Sonic is
Sonic.
Sonic is the Simon Onyx ship.
Oh no.
Gotta go
Onyx
fast.
will be just flying around looking for like just the presence of guards, their routines and stuff like that. Of course, anything on the. Why am I blanking on the name? Just looking around the house, looking at guards and shit like that.
Should I reiterate what I mentioned earlier?
Yeah, please. Sorry.
Dimensions of the building itself, so we know if we can silence breach.
Okay.
And the overhead view of the mine, from the mine to the house itself, so we know where we're going. Otherwise, like what you said.
Oh yeah, so I can get a map down. Yep.
Yep. And then we all can like review it and see it, know what we're doing, and then he can, as you mentioned, look out for guard presence, try to get their routes together. I think that was Nick's suggestion originally. You know.
Yeah, like if they say it takes us 15 minutes to hustle to his house, right? And then the patrols are spaced, every 30 minutes. That gives us a 15-minute window of when a patrol goes by, in theory, right? Like that kind of information is what we're looking for.
Though that's more relevant once it becomes nightfall.
So is there anything else you guys need to do while you wait for Onyx to scout? This is just waiting.
While we're all like idling before Walker gets seen by Owen, he'll kind of spend a little bit of time with Sin, just kind of sit with her. Afterwards, he might like play a bit of a like some catch with Sin, make sure that Sin is all good on her typical stuff, knowing how to fetch and retrieve specific objects, follow orders she needs to. Also have a little fun, make sure the dog is stimulated.
As you start doing that, Mock grabs a stick and goes, "Eeg, just a ball," and throws it.
How big
was
is
Mock
the
telling
stick?
Eeg to fetch?
Seemingly, yes.
Can I say? Can I confirm or not confirm?
Yes, Sophia, what you're getting is, "Eeg, go get this thing, copy the beast."
Copy the beast! Sophia compared them to dogs earlier. He's like, yes.
Oh shit!
He's fully embracing it. Oh. So Sophia is gonna, as this all goes on, Sophia's gonna take out a sheet and her pen quill, whatever, and she's gonna try and figure out a couple key words with the pronunciation, and she's gonna try to write down the pronunciation of the word and say this equals this word, so she could try to learn basic Orcish.
Orcish?
You mean giant?
Is it giant that they speak? There you go.
Or
You don't know. You have no fucking idea what
Whatever
they
it is
speak.
that they speak.
is Orcish a
Exactly.
language then?
Kind of.
Would Sophia
We'll
know
talk about
what
that later.
language the ogres usually
Vaguely
speak?
remember it not being super a thing.
Yeah.
Well,
That is a
Dwarvish
good
is
description.
thing.
It is not super a thing.
Cool.
We'll talk about it later.
So,
No, they don't.
She'll, They don't what time?
Continue.
Okay, well, she'll still write down like the pronunciation of the sound of something being equal to this word or this like motion.
Okay. Trying
is
your
like-
best.
Yes. Well, I'm doing my best with the comprehend language and also like the sounds that I hear.
Yeah.
Since I vaguely know like this sound equals approximately this, so if I repeat it, they would have this like sense of this.
The first thing you kind of note is a lot of it does come to intonation. Like, they'll make the same sound, and based on how they're making the sound is what it means, and it seems like it can be wildly different, which, Alex, correct me if I'm wrong, is not unlike Japanese.
What?
What was that description?
Like, two sounds that are very similar based on, like, pitch and how it's said and context around it can affect, like, what a thing means, like, completely.
I think pitch is more like Mandarin? Question mark?
I know it's one of those Eastern languages,
Bad comparison.
but I digress.
Yeah.
They're a bunch of weebs. That was my end result there.
They're weebs. Ogres
I mean,
are weebs.
if it's a Chinese language that it's more similar to, that's no. But
What?
But
Anyway.
I digress.
anyway,
If Sophia
Um,
gets an understanding of this,
anyway.
she'd take notes next to it.
Yeah.
Be like higher pitch or lower pitch or more of a grumble and things like that. At least to be able to just like consult her notes and have an idea of like, if I want to say this action,
Yeah.
I've heard them use this.
And this continues. Meanwhile, as you do that, Onyx out scouting. There is no one currently at the mouth of the cave as Onyx explodes out of it very hurriedly to get away from the smell. Onyx warns you that it is the worst experience ever, Simon.
Can I?
And he's died.
Oh my god.
This is true.
Can I get a mention in real quick?
Sure.
Another thing that we talked about him figuring out is seeing if anyone's immediately rushing to the cave entrance to look into the noise.
No one seems to be. Either you're deep enough or it's common enough that they don't care.
Excellent.
Presumably the former, because the latter would be really weird if it was common. But I digress. You continue to listen to Simon's relaying of Onyx's information. It looks like once you get up there, there is an immediate, like, small building that has a set of, like, pickaxes, farming, or mining tools, things like that. You know, it's your clock in, clock out building right by the entrance. You climb up a small entryway and then... or climb up a small set of stairs to this, it's like... how do I describe it? It kind of, like, doubles as, like, a small restaurant, almost. Like, there's a small deck with a few tables on it, and then a small building that has a series of pickaxes, what look like hard leather helmets, things like that. Heavier boots to wear over boots or other shoes. And then beyond that, there's a winding path about, looks like about another 5 minutes or so walking down the mountain before it reaches the set of dice houses, the mayor's house, another couple of manors, a meeting hall, of other, not necessarily important, but nicer buildings. And then after that, it begins to weave, a main road weaves almost up and down the side of the mountain, getting into Boralys proper beyond that. It seems like, travel-wise, depending on how fast or quiet you want to be, from the mouth of the cave, you're looking at between 15 and 25 minutes to get to the main upper level of the city.
So, like, there's space outside the cave.
Yeah.
So, like, we could just go out there and, like, bubble it up if we wanted to.
Yeah.
But someone might... I mean, they toss the toilet stuff down there, right? Like, if we do that...
Oh, they could still see the bubble. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not invisible.
Did Onyx see anybody on that trip from the mouth of the cave down to the upper area?
No. There was what looks like one child that was hiding behind one of the banners picking flowers.
Oh.
Oh.
Definitely not Red Band. Well, hopefully not Red Band.
There is a chance that kid's parents are dead.
A pretty good one, actually.
There's a chance that kid's parents are Red Band and he was brought along with them, too.
Ugh.
The question is, which one's worse?
That's a
really good question.
Anyway.
But yes, it looks like a small child, no more than 4 or 5, seemingly hiding while picking flowers, or messing with flowers or plants or something. You cannot say 100% for sure. Onyx is not exactly... Simon, if you have any other specifics for Onyx?
No, I feel like we covered what we need.
Otherwise, Onyx spends the next little while scanning through. There is a Soul Strider currently in the main square of the upper level, where the road kind of terminates. It is... this gentleman is... I'm sorry, did you say chilling?
Yeah, he chilling?
No, he is currently sitting next to a fountain. Yes, he's chilling. Yes. Currently seemingly eating. It looks like he has frozen the water and like drawn it in front of him like a table, like a airplane table tray, and he's eating on it.
What a fucking dickhead! Get him, Onyx. Get him.
You think Onyx could get hit off before dying?
I mean, he's invisible, so yeah.
Sitting next to the Soul Strider is a strange lantern.
Oh god, don't Onyx, abort! Steal a lantern! Any possession he carries becomes invisible.
I don't think Onyx is strong enough to lift that lantern that's bigger than him.
It was a fun idea.
He's just fucking watching the lantern glows and then like gets knocked over and just fucking Onyx just dies like that.
The fat pigeon just attempting to lift a lantern is pretty funny.
I'm sorry, I may have missed it. Did we get the dimensions of the manor in question?
No, I haven't gotten that far yet.
Okay.
Other than that, there are a few people out and about that are not blatantly red band. One of them is currently standing very haphazardly on the outside of the mayor's house on some scaffolding, cleaning the windows.
You think he was or was not red band?
Was not. Or did not seem to be. Yeah. After a couple of minutes, Onyx still scanning, watching, making his way over towards the far side, southernmost portion, where the manor that presumably the Eminent is staying in, from everything you know. It seems to be. I need to check my dimension. It looks like maybe looking at about 65 feet long, going up against the road with a nice, like, you know, fairly simple if nice porch. It looks like there are 2 stories, and then there is a little, almost like gazebo on top of the second story. A little strange, definitely. Like a weird one-man gazebo, or a tiny lighthouse, or something on top of the second story. So 2 stories, about 60, 70 feet long, and then going deep against the road about 25, 30 feet. It's maybe a bit more, maybe 35. It's on the bigger side, but it is still a fairly simple manor. There's no extravagant homes in Boralys by any means. Onyx scanning it. There is. He finds. Not a lot I can give you. Fucking 7. Come on, Onyx, get your shit together.
He's trying his best, alright?
Best isn't good enough.
Bastard.
His best is shit.
Whoa!
The passive is supposed to be 18. That bitch needs to fucking get those rolls up.
But other than that, you can see that it seems there is if Onyx thinks he sees something weird on there's a small, like, tray, like a little end table right outside of the house with something on it. No guard right outside the house right now, though.
Is this time, is there a convenient binding located here sign, or?
No, I mean, Onyx is
on the table.
There's something on the table. Is Onyx going closer to check it out?
He is invisible.
Yeah, sure.
That is a head.
Oh, nice.
Whoa!
Is it the guy from earlier?
The description is very vague, so Simon, you wouldn't really get much in the way of like what it is, because Onyx isn't really seeing anything. But meta answer, yes, it's the guy from earlier.
Nice.
Yeah.
The face is stuck in a look of pure terror.
Oh.
Oh my god, the Eminence in league with what's his butt?
The guy who has all of our
cut
extra
off his
stuff.
head just for him, saving the best bits.
What a guy.
What?
Yeah.
the vampire?
No.
No,
the druid.
Oh yes, okay, that's right.
You guys got tricked the whole time. Now you're trapped.
Fuck.
Oh, no.
I knew we shouldn't have trusted that guy.
God, wouldn't that be wild?
Did we ever roll an insight check on him?
No.
I mean, I'm pretty sure we did. Didn't
Probably.
we?
I don't know.
We did or we didn't.
I'm pretty sure we didn't just hand him most of our shit and say, all right,
He's
thanks,
a really
bye."
good liar.
Anyway, other than that, about 5-10 minutes go by. There's not a lot for Onyx to report. Still a little nervous about getting caught by Soul Striders. There is currently one down at the in between the two two checkpoints to the in the entrance to the city. There is a long line outside the checkpoint trying to get into Boralys as well.
Damn.
Of who?
band
It seems like there are a few red band along with what seem to be a lot of farmers, all in line roughly together.
Are they like bringing in the harvest or like what?
No, they're just in line, like they're trying to get in, just waiting. They're not carrying anything particularly sticking out. Like, a couple people are bringing in things, like grain and shit, but it's not like a massive, like, it's not like a harvest day return rate.
What the fuck? Do they appear to be being coerced?
Onyx
all
can't tell.
times,
Onyx
probably?
cannot tell.
Like, they could be hostages, I guess?
And technically, they're all hostages, right?
In one way or another.
They're not hostages if they're not in the city.
I mean, they are, because even people outside the city have red band living with them.
I mean, sure, but like, they don't. Those people don't have support. Like the idea of besieging a town is everybody gets buttoned up in the town. Everybody outside the town is fucked. So like,
I mean, no, they are not hostages in that sense. They are currently seemingly being in line. Other than that, the seeming third Soul Strider is nowhere to be seen, and Onyx keeps his eyes peeled, and about 10 minutes later sees it would be the Adjudicator out and about, currently speaking, going out to the fountain and speaking with the Soul Strider there for a moment, and then heading back into what is presumed to be, or maybe confirmed to be, the mayor's house.
That's one we haven't seen inside yet.
Oh, that was the
first one we saw inside.
Yeah, there was the mayor's house, and then there's the really nice manor that the Eminent is staying in. The only other major building that you haven't really checked out is the Long Hall, which is like, you know, the mayor's office, essentially, but a lot more casual and garish.
That's where Onyx first got blowed up.
I believe so, yes. That or one of the other manors, I would need to double check.
So, what's his dick was... He was at the mayor's house preparing it to receive the Adjudicator when we spied on him the first time.
Maybe. But either way,
Genuinely no idea on that one.
the Adjudicator makes his way back into the mayor's house. And that is the last interesting thing of note. Is Onyx going to stick out even after invisibility runs out, or no? Is there anything more specific Onyx
no.
needs to look at for the last little bit?
Maybe
Yeah,
make sure he's
just
like, maybe make sure he's not in line of sight of anything when invisibility wears off.
Yeah,
he would
because
be
ideally,
going
stay
back. He doesn't want
outside.
to get caught.
Ideally,
wants
he
to
does-
keep him. I guess
mean, yeah.
Could I just dismiss him once? The
Yeah,
invisibility
yeah.
is
If you
up?
want, just bamf him out.
Well, that would stop us him from seeing what's going on at night. You know,
But,
getting
yeah, the thing
dark.
is,
Oh, yeah, I got
him getting out is kind of complicated.
Yeah, so we don't want to have him come back. Maybe
So
have
just
him
get
leave
him-
the city before
Yeah,
the invisibility
He
runs
can
out.
leave the city.
So he flies
Or
a
just
few
fly up
minutes
very
away
high.
as his invisibility fades.
Or just fly up really high.
Yeah, or even up the mountain further. It doesn't matter. But either way, the end result is, as his invisibility fades, he is seemingly safe, has poured everything he could. What are you guys doing? It is now early to mid-afternoon, maybe?
I mean, we're kind of just resting at this point. The fucking people need their spell slots back, and there's nothing else really for us to look into or do. I thought the clearing would take a lot longer.
Guys had a
luckily,
fucking...
luckily, we found a load-bearing post, so
You
we're
found a
good.
load-bearing
And,
post and a
Get
fucking...
a drop kick and a half.
Yeah.
You found a human Volkswagen.
So Walker's just
Not
gonna
really
keep-
human, but
I'm
Walker's
just saying,
gonna
an
keep-
ogre is like a half Volkswagen.
Walker's just gonna keep spending time with Sin, unless anyone needs him.
After he's done with the medical ministrations, you know, Ven, as you've described these ogres, they've sounded to me like really primitive versions of garish men.
Sure.
So like I feel like, you know, Owen's been immersed in garish culture for basically his whole life. So I feel like, you know, even though he can't speak with them, like, you know, he should be able to, like, if he spends some time with them, he should be able to, like, you know, develop some kind of, you know, semi-verbal understanding or, you know, communication. Like, you know, he like beats his chest, and, you know, that means like look at me, you know, that kind of shit.
Yeah.
Sophia might help out once in a while because she
Yeah.
can actually understand them. She'd be amused though.
After maybe 45 minutes, this while Walker is playing with Sin, it gets to the point where Eeg also seems interested in playing fetch with Sin.
Fuck.
My gosh. There's also Lily the dog.
What's Lily the dog doing?
Oh, I mean, Ishri will allow Lily the dog to go play fetch. As soon, I'm sure, as soon as it happens, Ishri will tell Lily the dog to go play. Yes, go be a dog.
Go be a dog!
Pursue your dreams.
Being a dog.
Oh my god. So
what's Eeg doing?
Eeg is trying, like, when you throw the, I'm assuming a stick from the pile that got destroyed. When you throw it, it gets to the point where Eeg starts chasing it down, like trying to beat Sin to it.
Right.
And then
That's horrifying.
and then throwing it, trying to get Sin to chase it, and Sin's just totally down for it. She just starts doing it and gets to the point where, like, she brings it back, and she brings it to you, then she'll bring it to Eeg, and then she won't give it, she won't drop it, and she starts growling at Eeg, and Eeg looks kind of confused, and then, like starts, like, lifting Sin up by the stick, which she won't let go. And then, like, shaking in confusion.
Walker's going to keep a careful eye on this to make sure that Sin does not get hurt.
It seems any injuries Sin is accruing are of her own inane stupidity and want to play fetch.
It's pretty funny.
So this continues for as long as you guys are not doing anything. They seem excited at the prospect of leap.
How do I do with my garish communications?
Give me a persuasion check.
Persuasion?
What else would it be?
Pretty good at this.
Okay. There you go.
That's honestly better than I was expecting.
Yeah,
so
they
I'll
are.
take that.
It's getting to the point where you guys are ingratiating yourselves enough that, like, basic point they go, and it gets to the point where, like, it's very much give and take, and they are expecting much the same of you, is what you're gathering from it. Where they point somewhere, they want you to go there, and, you know, there's a lot of it. They're trying to make it a two-way street.
Well, so, like... this is gonna sound really bad. Like, Owen's trained, like, horses before, and he's also trained men and women before. So, like, he knows, you know... And I feel like he's also, like, really... He's pretty good with kids, too, except for...
Yeah, this is, like, a weird, stubborn halfway point.
So he, you know, when they point, he just kind of, like, scowls and shakes his head and then points at them and then points at the spot. Stuff like that.
Yeah. They are less than enthused to exclusively take orders, but seem willing.
Nice. Solid foundation.
It seems like the gist of what you guys gather, at least the for the third time tonight, insightful amongst you, is that they see you guys as equals.
I mean, yeah, that's a start.
If you expect the thing that's 5 times bigger than you to see you as greater than, well, you've got another thing coming.
I have to figure out some kind of way to teach them
Leverage the magic.
that I'm the boss.
You gotta put your hand over their mouth. That'll do it.
Nice.
For the record, Mock in particular, staying near the back and just mostly amused by this. It is very obvious that he's the one in charge.
So if I can make him my lieutenant, then I'm
Your bitch.
in.
So, with that, what are you guys doing? The day is yours, the night is yours, everything else is yours. What's the
You have to
plan?
rest.
You're resting the rest of the day?
We're fucking not doing anything.
Okay.
Chilling.
I mean, do we have all the information we need? Like, if owls in the sky, should we go out tonight? Like, if we do a long rest during the latter half of the day and then head out at night, would that be anything?
Can't do a long rest, bro.
He meant a
You know
night's
what I mean.
rest.
We shouldn't be going anywhere. If Walker wants to go, I don't see any reason why that's a bad idea.
Why do you, if we do the whole thing tonight is my intention.
Well, let me tell you, bud. Owen has 0 first level spell slots and
Sophia has-
1 third level spell slot.
I said after
Sophia
we
has-
night rest once.
0 level 3rd spell slots.
Then
That's
I'd
rough.
have 2 third level spell slots.
I have 2 level 2 spell slots, 2 level 1 spell slots, and that is all.
I mean, if you guys think we need to rest for 2 days, that's good too.
2 fucking days. God damn.
It's
man.
been
They are
long, but-
doing something. The Eminent has a plan for something, right? So we might not. It's a bigger risk to sit on our laurels, even than people were dying every day.
Weirdly, yes.
What if what if Walker and Rom,
Why
maybe
Rom?
Sophia too, maybe not Sophia because she has tattoos. I don't know. What if they like disguise themselves and just head out and do what Walker does, where he chums around just listening for information?
Chum around.
I don't fucking know, dude.
Wouldn't it make more sense to send a local?
Would it make
There's
more
only
sense?
one of those, and he sticks out like a sore thumb.
Ian's kind of.
Hey, what's up?
At night though, that might be considered weird.
Some Russian guy comes out of a cave.
I think I've seen that movie before.
It is me, Jesus Christ.
Come on, I'm here.
I am
formed
risen.
some shit.
It has been 3 days. I've moved the rock with a
Follow-up
mighty
question.
drop kick.
Are all the houses inhabited by Red
Kneel and
Band?
worship.
Seemingly, as far as you guys know. So obviously, Onyx has not had the excuse me,
Time.
has not had the time, inclination, or ability to scout every single one. Though some do not have civilians. everyone that Onyx has seen has had red band, or is completely abandoned. But that's very rare.
Abandoned, you say?
Like, how do we find more information, man?
Is there an abandoned house? We could go to an abandoned house.
What we need to do at this point, all we need to do is just get the, schedule for the guy, and then gank him at night when he's sleeping.
I mean, that is if he has a stable schedule.
Yeah. I mean, even then, like, if he sleeps at the same time every night, that's enough.
Were there either red band or I guess hostage peasants, whatever, just kind of like walking around doing things?
I mean,
in
yeah,
this part of
like
town?
within the town,
Okay.
yeah, they've been free to move around as they see fit.
Including this part of town, the nicer part?
Yeah.
The upper part?
Yeah.
Cool.
At night, though?
At night, not like evening, early night, yeah, but like the later you get, obviously.
Becomes weirder. Maybe Walker will do some scouting, but it would need to be night first, and he would need to be very careful. Like, he can get back to his full level 2 spell slots and then pass without trace himself as he goes.
Yeah, but if they spot you, like, they don't have to see you, they just have to detect the magic, and then you're fucked.
Yeah, I mean, how do they?
We don't know.
It's obviously not like super huge range, right? Like, Owl's been fine, right?
Yeah, though staying considerable, like, after the first time, Onyx is giving a sizable, like, incredibly sizable berth to the Soul Striders.
Right.
Like, at least 100, 150 feet, even when invisible.
So I guess, I mean, maybe with a combination of Onyx and Walker and Sin, like Sin's back with a group with Simon, who is communicating with Onyx, who is overhead, who is watching Walker move
Nice.
on the
A game of
ground.
animal telephone.
There's no way that's gonna go wrong.
Sin.
It's very funny, though.
Sin, 1 bark for yes, 2 barks for no.
Well, no, Walker understands everything Sin says, so Sin can just relay everything that Simon says to her.
And if only you guys had, like, magical parchment.
I mean, that's not as instant as telepathy. That's
I
all I'm
guess.
saying.
I guess.
Who's
No,
gonna teach
no,
the
no.
bird how to write? Because I ain't doing it.
Sin can't talk to us. We can talk to her.
Correct. So, I mean, we can do yes or no questions with 1 bark, yes, 2 barks,
Well, you
no.
could also send Lily the dog with the other group. Then you guys can communicate.
So fucking Walker can carry Lily the dog?
Oh, Walker carries Lily and Ishri keeps Sin and you guys communicate that way.
God, I love these animals.
We are still trying to get more information, basically,
I
about
mean,
his schedule.
It's that or sit down and do nothing.
If we assume that he's the one who has the binding, which is, we're assuming
We have
based
to.
on Owen's magic,
Thanks,
and
Owen.
he has it.
That could be wrong, but yes, continue.
I don't think it's really worth planning for that to be wrong.
Yeah, you're right.
'cause, like,
I agree.
'cause, like,
I agree.
If we're wrong, like, we're just so
We're fucked anyway.
So, like, we might as well just go
From
there.
God, we've been so careful with
from a-
every other preparation, but this time,
From
this one, we'll just believe blindly.
From a meta perspective, you guys are basing your whole plan on a 75%.
Mm-hmm.
That's a pretty good chance, to be honest.
Those are
Not
good
an
odds.
XCOM.
Well, this is an XCOM. This is D&D, where Ven probably doesn't want to TPK us.
I feel like there's also the
You know
meta.
that.
Like, Owen knows how the spell works, right, Ven? Like, he knows if he asks a second question, like, it might not be correct, right?
Yeah, he knows there's domain.
I'm pretty sure he's mentioned
Yeah,
this
yeah.
as well, because
Yeah.
Sophia's mentioned, like, oh yeah, okay, we're going along with this, sure.
Well, so I
But-
feel like it's not outside of reason for him to come to the conclusion that because the answer to the question was
Reasonable.
specific, as specific as Karad's going to be, we could assume that it's a correct.
Yeah, it's specific and
Answer.
reasonable, so let's be honest, even if it isn't, like, it seems like a good lead, whether or not.
Yeah.
Even if it's a 25% chance of being wrong, it's not like they told us, oh yeah, it's in this lake on the other side of the village. That would be kind of silly.
What did she say specifically? So it's carried by someone you've met or something like that.
Which is very reasonable and specific. So
Yeah. Ain't
I
that
do
the
think
truth?
it's fair to go along with it.
So is the plan then basically sit around for the rest of this day and the next day to regain spell slots? While Walker, Dog,
Potentially.
Scout?
We haven't decided that they're going to
Yeah.
do that.
Yeah.
Well, if that's a good idea. That's kind of just a meta idea.
He holds it. Through one you have known, he holds it. That which you see. That's pretty specific, right? I mean,
Yeah.
I mean,
Unless
I think
Miles
that's
has
reasonable.
it.
I can throw like all I would have had, like, let's say if it was wrong, all I would have had to say was she instead of he. Maybe that's it. If it's wrong, I'm just saying. It's real easy to tweak it.
well, but the second part is that which you seek. So it's specifically talking about the binding, because I was careful to word my question in such a way that, like, I'm looking for this. Where is it? So unless, like, you know, intent doesn't matter and, like, binding could refer to, you know, fucking manacles or something.
He likes getting freaky in bed. With his squire, of course.
It's like, I don't know why you want to know where that is, but alright, man.
It was his sister who told him too. Whatever, bro.
The long and short of it is that we're resting.
Yeah.
For now.
So is it a good idea for Walker to scout ahead? I don't think it matters if we have the overhead scout.
Yeah, the question is whether or not the seeming possible benefit outweighs the very real risk.
Crazy risk.
Yeah, in that case, I'm not sure that it's worth it.
You're probably
Walker,
not.
rescue, let him get captured. Let him get captured.
Is there are there stray dogs? Has Alex seen stray dogs? So we could send Sin out there.
Have not seen any stray dogs.
Unfortunate.
There's probably not that many stray animals. They probably get murdered mostly.
We already
Yeah.
have an
Jesus
onyx, right? So what more can the dog accomplish that
I'm
onyx
just
can't?
wondering if there's anything we can do, you know?
Simon would just visibly frown for a second and then be fine.
With what?
Just you could tell Simon's like focusing with Onyx, probably relaying stuff still, and he just looks visibly upset for a second.
Is something the matter, Simon?
The kid I saw earlier, he ended up getting caught by a red band.
What did they do?
I just saw some guy, maybe late 20s, looked pretty
Let's-
big, honestly.
I don't think we need to know this. We already know they're doing terrible things.
Tell me, Simon, what did they do? What did you see?
Just some really big, incredibly built man wearing.
The stick out would have
armor.
been the fact that the dude was like blatantly wearing
What did he do?
nicer armor.
Did he
Nicer
kill
armor?
the kid? Did he take him? Did he fucking what did he do to the kid?
Seemed to be kneeling down like as if the kid got caught somewhere they weren't supposed to be. But yeah, like I said, the stick out is this person was in much better armor than most of the red band, at least within the town have
Shield in the
been.
back. He ended up just taking him inside.
Yeah, it seemed to be like kneeling down, like, you know, as if, and at that point is when Onyx came back to report.
What kind of armor? Is it all shiny plate armor?
Brigadine.
Did you want Onyx to go check it out more, or the armor was of decent quality, very dirty and kind of beat up, but not in horrible shape by any means.
Okay.
Do you want Onyx to go?
I mean,
were you sending
I feel like-
Onyx after reporting? Because essentially, when Onyx does a report, he has to come back into the cave to do so, or right next. Yeah. So-
Okay. I want to know, but I don't want it to be. If it's not too suspicious, just swing him by there. Not
Yeah, I mean, Onyx is still just a fat pigeon, like...
True. Yeah, I'll have him swing by there, then.
Right.
If they're not there, don't dig. Get more
Oh, I don't dig it, dog.
After about 15 minutes, you you get that in your head. Onyx is reporting now that it seems that definitely red band, like had a red band on everything, spoke with the kid for like 10 minutes and then like was holding their hand and guiding them back down the mountain.
Huh.
Oh.
Could have been worse.
It seemed to be very nice about it from what Onyx could read at, you know, a couple 100 feet away.
Was it Miles?
What?
Huh. I didn't even know what he said.
Don't worry about it.
I mean, maybe that's just the child of somebody in the red band.
Possibly. I don't know.
It would seem unlikely, but
Not all the red band are monsters.
I mean,
Most are, but
why would they bring their child? Is mostly my point, but you never know.
perhaps it's a boy of Boralys, and he, rather than see harm come to the child, he is escorting him home or something.
Possibly.
I mean, they're a female red band, right?
Aye.
They could make children
Yes,
as
but
well.
if the child is more than 2 or 3 years old, it's be unlikely that this is a recent event, and by consequence, they would have brought the child to Maryland.
Pregnancy is hard at the best of times. I don't imagine a soldier would do well.
No, but I would imagine that such things are still possible, although unlikely.
Ishu just grimaces.
I'm about to say, I think that as Owen says that, Walker can't help but glance at Ishri.
Yeah, Ishri grimaces as you explain to her about pregnancy.
Well, either way, I don't think it's very relevant to our current goals. We know there's decent people in the red band, but what they're doing right now is standing between us and an item that could cause the deaths of everyone. Well, we should do our best not to wholesale murder everyone we encounter. We need to do what we must to collect the item.
Some decisive action will be necessary.
Walker nods.
There cannot be. We should try and make it so that there are not witnesses. There is no one to talk.
Walker nods once again.
Oh, kind of like looks down as he says that. Not down. He looks like away, like towards the pile of rubble.
I think at this point, Sin would just be sitting with Walker, and Walker would just kind of be looking off in the distance as he kind of strokes her back.
So how many days are we sitting here, waiting for him to possibly deploy the Scourge?
Well, I still feel tired. I'm not feeling as exhausted as I had the last few days. I think I'm about ready.
The question is, how strong do you want us to be before we leave?
But she glances over at Owen, who also probably looks pretty tired.
Yeah, he's
At least in a mental way, more than a physical way, is what Sophia would mean by that.
He's got, I think Owen, like, he looks, he's got, his shoulders are square, but he's, his eyes are kind of sunken a little bit, as if he's been up for a long time, exuding a lot of mental effort.
Hopefully they know at least that there's some kind of strange creatures or ogres in here, and that they're the ones who blocked off with all those chairs and tables, so they won't be too suspicious if there was noise.
It's hard to say. It seems like that blockage has been there for a long time.
Well, either way.
Or,
Hopefully they don't
sorry.
come in.
Walker would have said it didn't look like anyone had been near the blockage for a while.
I understand, Ishri, that this is not ideal, but
What did Ishri say?
That, like, how long are we sitting around waiting for him to cast
Apologies.
this isn't ideal, but it'd be very hard for us right now to accomplish properly anything without really magical power to be expected to have against
We
those
have-
mages.
We have one real chance at this. If we fail, we die. And with us, any hope of retrieving the bindings.
Okay. So what? 2 days? 3 days?
Walker is silent and allows the mages to answer the question.
2 days wouldn't be bad, 3 would be ideal, but I don't know if we have that long.
Looks over to Owen.
The man who was searching the Eminent's house, he seemed worried. If he was willing to risk the wrath of this violent man, he must have had good reason.
If it comes to that, we could go tonight. Try to spend some time resting, recover as much as we can, and go out at nightfall. Or under darkness.
That is an option.
I would like to take care of the Soul Striders too, but I just don't think we have the power. As it is, going tonight, that would be... I have the power that I need, but little else.
Is 2 days then a good compromise? We sleep today, sleep tomorrow very early, and go out tonight. Spend all day letting Onyx run around and scout things more.
I think his best... Simon, you should have Onyx position stuff somewhere outside the house that we're going to be raiding. Keep track of exactly how many people are going to be in there. Knowing that number should assist us quite a bit.
We could try going this night. It would be... If the other man was that much in a hurry, we could try that. I won't be at full potential, but I'll still be able to do some things.
Is there any advantage to going tonight beyond the risk of time? Because it sounds very risky for those of you who are tired.
Time is our chief concern now.
That is an issue.
I say that
Always
we
has
try
been.
and get what rest we can while Onyx watches. And we should be ready to move if it comes to it.
Sophia starts up the bubble. I think you guys are probably used to seeing ritual cast at this point.
What will trigger this, Owen? What would cause us to go tonight rather than tomorrow?
I don't know.
Hmm.
Because we don't know what the binding is and what it can do. We are operating blind here. when I saw him, I didn't see. You know, I know the bindings can be many things, but he was wearing jewelry. He had earrings and 2 necklaces. What do we know? The other ones, one was a candle, one was a knife, one was a staff.
Hmm. I have no real idea what it could be.
I mean, when we get close, I can try to find the most powerful magical item I can and hope it's not guarded.
Is that possible under the influence of Owen's magic?
Oh, no. It would be in person.
I mean to say his, the silent area.
Oh. No. I wouldn't be able to be in an area that's silenced to do that. Never mind.
We'll have to be prepared to look for this object. We don't know if it's going to be on his person.
That is what Karad said. Well,
Well,
Wen said anyway.
Wouldn't that be at the time you asked? I'm not exactly sure all about how Karad operates, but this person could have put it down, hidden it somewhere.
Would you?
Depends if I felt that my life was in danger.
He doesn't strike me as the kind of man who is worried about his safety.
So what do we do then? Do we kill him? Everyone else we find, silence them, remove the magic, allow Ishri to look for any magical items, take what we find, and hope one of them is the binding?
Simon, you can, or Sophia, one of you two, you can use magic to see what, if an item is magical, you can see what it does.
Yes,
Can you do so quickly?
I can. Well, quickly is relative, but yes,
I can. As
We
well.
are talking seconds, not minutes.
I cannot.
I can. Yes.
Can you?
Well, wait.
The cast time is a minute.
It says.
Do I have the wrong thing on my thing? Because identify here says a minute.
I guess it is a minute. That's my fault.
Simon's just that good.
I literally just saw instantaneous, and I was like, yeah. I misread it. I cannot.
Okay, it is a minute. Even if I were to do it as quickly as I could, it'd be a minute.
A minute is better than 10.
I could do it in 2, as many times as I wish.
Well, if everything is done quietly, then we should have that time at least.
And I could perhaps, I don't know, before we begin, just dispel all of the magic that I can. So if there's something protecting it from being detected, hopefully we get rid of that. And then hunt for magical items. Yes.
Regarding locate object issue.
No, not locate object.
Oh.
So Ishu would use dispel magic to remove any, like, things that are hiding magical presences, and then start detecting.
Okay, because I was going to say, locate object, it does say nearest object of a particular kind. I would say binding is a kind of object.
Oh, okay.
works.
Never mind.
You
Then
fucking
Ishu...
guys, why don't you try things?
Oh my gosh,
I didn't even think about that.
I was just like, no, that wouldn't work.
I don't have that type of thing.
Also,
Why don't
You
guys
guys,
do
you
things?
guys really underestimate how I believe items were, or spells
But
and
it says
things.
an object that is familiar to you.
No, but-
No, after
it
that
can-
it says, alternatively, the spell can locate
Yeah.
the nearest object of a particular kind. A binding is a kind of object to me.
No, but
God.
Ishu will then say, or I suppose, after we rest, I could, well, I guess I could locate the nearest binding.
I mean, I could
What?
also
You
try
have-
to do that, I suppose.
You can just do that?
I mean, I guess it would be. Usually, we have to be. I guess it probably is the same for Ishri. Usually, you'd have to be somewhat familiar with it, but I suppose it's a specific type of object enough that there wouldn't be any other ones inside of the village.
Wouldn't that be wild if there was, though?
Ben, get out of here. You're not in this scene.
There's just 4.
Who says that? Is it Mock? Is it Eeg? Who says that?
You both cast it in the middle of the village and starts pulling you in different directions.
Oh no.
Oh man. Well, if you can just do that, I suppose that would make our job easier. How do you?
This.
Ishi, don't you get your magic from your
From Riho?
God?
Yes.
How do you have the same exact ability as Sophia?
Well, I think I can do that too. Now that I.
How do you have that same ability?
Just because an ability comes from a different source doesn't mean I have the same idea. Listen, wizard spells are made out of studying and deciding that something is useful, so we should translate it into magic. There's clearly been people in the past deciding that finding an object is, pretty useful. We should probably do that with magic. And then whatever their gods do is similar.
Well, the end
suppose
result
we just
doesn't
copied it.
necessarily mean it's the same. Just because they do the same thing doesn't mean it's the same spell, Walker.
That too.
I mean, if something is useful, I suppose Nariho can guide me towards it in any way.
Exactly.
And they can be guided by their deity, and I can be guided by science and magic, I suppose.
It's much easier with a deity.
Not knowingly.
Yes, but it's also more reliable with science.
don't
I
think
mean,
it's
that's
reliable.
But
Did
Science is
Sophia
overrated.
really just hit y'all with an acuity?
Fucking Sophia over here.
I'm petting a magical dog right now, and none of it makes sense still.
Well, magic doesn't entirely make sense.
Did you say
Even-
it does? Did you,
It doesn't.
just does?
I said it
Oh,
doesn't.
okay.
Even if you studied it for over a decade.
Hmm.
I
Walker
suppose-
then looks to Lily the dog, the thing that Ishri decided to do as soon as she saw Walker create a dog.
I'm just gonna throw this freebie out there because it
Yeah.
occurred to me. Ishri can cast Locate Object through Lily the dog as well because it's a self range.
Oh my god.
Oh.
God, that's great.
Lily the dog, seek.
So
No,
does
Lily
Ishri-
the dog, and then Sin has passed without trace.
There you go.
There
I've
are
got
Commando
fucking
squad.
stray water. Fuck.
There are
Commando
stray
squad.
dogs. So Ishri could send Lily the dog out now?
No, but there are no.
No, not in the city.
They don't have any.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said there were. I'm
No.
No, someone
sorry,
asked if there were, and I said there
we
were
could just
not.
send the two most garish-looking people out with the dogs.
Hey, it's me, the dog walker. What's up?
I mean, Ishri again. has
Catcher. That's got to be a job.
I'm a dog
Catcher,
catcher.
yeah.
I'm gonna go home and cook.
The dog catcher's. I was gonna say a dog catcher's just that red band guy at the entrance with a crossbow.
I mean, he could just say that he's hunting for rodents. He's getting rid of some of the rodents around who've been eating some of the rations.
Yeah, haven't you heard of that place down south, Rat Creek Valley? Them sons of bitches are huge.
There.
What are you guys
No,
doing?
it's not a dog.
Gotta
It's a
curb that
rat from the Rat
population.
Creek.
I mean, they're using the dogs to hunt the giant rats.
Haven't you heard of that guy Owen Rat Tongue? He's out here somewhere.
Owen the Prince, Soulsbane, Rat Tongue McDurk.
Anyway, so.
God, that was a hell of a conversation.
Ugh.
But it had
That's our
some
plan.
valid
That's our plan.
ideas in it.
We're gonna rest for one night, and then we're just gonna fucking commando out there. Owen's gonna cast silence on the fucking house so we can commando raid it, and Ishri's gonna beeline for the located binding, and it's gonna work out, and everyone's gonna go home, and we'll be fine.
So, are
I
we
mean,
going to do it like, or resting for the evening and then heading out at night? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. like in the early morning towards like probably 2 in the morning or something like that.
As long as we can ascertain through Onyx where the
number
guy
of
is
people.
and the number of people around him. Like, even if he doesn't go home to sleep, like, fuck him. We'll gank him wherever. I don't care.
He's pissing in an alley. We just fucking.
Is Goen able to cast Silence not as a ritual
Yes.
to make it instant? So we can just do it and fuck him up.
Yes. Yes, we can.
Evian runs up, grapples him immediately. Where's your lunch money?
Fuck. Turn him upside down and shake it out of him.
I mean, but
Mitchell.
actually though, but wouldn't it make more sense for Sophia to go with Lily
I still
the
have
dog?
one rage left. So.
Because Sophia's very good at investigation, can teleport, and also can cast locate object if ever things go bad.
Well, so the issue is that one, there are no stray dogs. I think 2, we are at the point. This is also not in character. But I think we're at the point where we should not be sending party members alone. That to me seems like a really, really bad idea.
This is the last time. Why don't you guys just make Lily invisible and then have her go throughout the city? Last thing I'm giving you guys.
I thought about that, but like, even then, she still might pass by a Soul Strider. Is the only issue.
She can't be as far away as Onyx can.
Nowadays, the big risk.
No, yeah.
But I mean, if I guess they freak out at that point.
Yeah, that too. And yeah, you can't. She will have a harder time avoiding the purple lanterns that are maybe detect magic.
Yeah. But someone who's on the ground might make more noise than someone who's flying. I do think. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you can go first.
I do think we should do the night's rest, walk on out. What's the range on find object? 1,000 feet. Are we 1,000 feet
from? But it's concentration 10 minutes, so you can, if you're hustling, you can.
Are we 1,000 feet from the mayor's place, or not the mayor's place, but the other house?
Oh, that's a good question.
Is the entrance of the mine 1,000 feet from
That's the question. House? You would vaguely describe them as nearby.
Yeah, I'm.
15 to 25 minutes from the mine entrance to the outskirts.
Yes, but a lot of that's going up and down.
So the distance isn't actually that great. It just takes
probably close to 1,000 feet.
So we do that then and start moseying, Then we figure it out,
Yeah, if you guys cast like a locate object now, you might just know.
Like Walker, I mean, fucking Sophia.
And do you have a sense of how far we are from the actual place where we think the binding is? I know you might not know the measurement from the cave, but how far is the mayor's house from the edge of the city? The edge of the walls?
The mayor's house or the place the Eminent is staying?
I suppose the place where the Eminent is staying. How close would that be to one of the edges? Because we can approximate based on she'd take out the map. So the edging where the walls, where the mountain probably would be around here. The Eminent's house would be about there, right? Can you estimate about how far that would be?
Didn't Stein make us a vague map of where we're actually heading using Onyx's?
Yeah, that's what Sophia would be taking out and pointing out.
The question is eyeballing distance, which it's gonna be close.
I mean,
it could.
Doesn't it not cost anything for Sophia to just cast the thing ritually right now?
Not a ritual.
Yeah, it's not a ritual spell.
What? Oh well.
I know it's so weird that silence is a ritual spell, but locate object isn't.
Yeah, that's weird.
But locate object would be quite powerful. Silence is very situational. If you
every time you want to break into someone's home.
It's still situational if you have 10 minutes to do that. Locate object, quite often you could be like, where is this powerful object, or this, where's this treasure?
Under Pass Without Trace, we could chill outside the house when the ritual casts the first silence, and then the second silence once we're upstairs can just be done, off the cuff.
Yeah, a split.
I can always
don't say that. Don't use that phrasing.
I want to. I did.
It's meant to be a cool thing. Running it.
I just wanted to have a vague estimate to know if we could get an idea where it is from here or from just the edge of the mountain instead of having to go inside yet.
Simon, if you can have Onyx next time he checks in, have him go try to measure that distance. Have him do his best. Maybe we can get something out of this.
Is that a distance Owen can estimate then, based on his knowledge of Boralys?
I think between that and where you guys are, it's probably on the cuff. Like, it could be within 1,000 feet of you.
The mayor's house currently, where we are now.
But I would say, yeah. I mean,
because if it's within 1,000 feet of where we are now, then it's definitely within 1,000 feet of the entrance of the mine.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, because again, most of the mine is a matter of going up. So if you guys went as far west as you could, like past the barricade and everything, considering the up and down, essentially, at least in my head, you guys are at about the same height right now as the highest level of the town. Everything above that is just going up to the entrance to the mine and then back down. So it'll probably be close if you get to, you know, where, if you go past the barricade, it'll probably be close, 1,000 feet or so.
Owen kind of squints at the map a little bit and then back towards the pile of rubble, and then looks back to Sophia, and he sort of kind of shrugs one shoulder and he says, it'd be close, but if we go out a ways past the pile of rubble, might be within range. Hard to say.
I could go do that now. I am not nearly as, you know, I really haven't been using much of Nariho's power, and if we're resting tonight, I can do it now. Get a general direction.
You don't have to, you know, I don't know how to explain. Sometimes, a lot of the time in the morning, I have to think of, pray.
You were right. You're right. You're right. Oh, you're right. Yes. Yep. You're right.
Oh,
You're right. You're
love
right.
it.
Yep. You're right.
You're welcome, Hannah. I
Beautiful.
saved you from the
Ishri is,
embarrassment of going all the way out there and saying, "Oh wait, I don't have that." prepared."
Ishri stands in a pile of shit and realizes what a dum-dum she is. Thank you so much.
Oh my.
Or I can do it right away in the morning because
Well, why don't you just rest for now, and you can do it afterwards.
Yes. We do it right away in the morning. Yes.
All right.
Yes.
So, as you guys are going to be spending the rest of the afternoon and evening up until decently after nightfall resting here. One thing I will note during this conversation, once you get more important in the discussions and Sin gets a little less attention, the ogres they have a moment where they begin arguing, and then they do this, and they begin throwing rocks. Sophia, if you were to cast Comprehend Languages, you would get they're going 1, 2, 3, throw! And essentially, the first person to hit the top of the stalagmite in the middle 3 times wins. The last one to do it is stuck staying here while the other 2 go hunting. It seems like they made up their own sad rudimentary rock, paper, scissors.
Are you telling me that Zog just sucks at the game because he says that he's never allowed to go hunting? Is that the real reason why he's never allowed to go
that's
hunting?
pretty funny.
Well,
he's like nearsighted or something.
He needs fucking glasses. You need to get goggles.
Depth perception.
Oh my gosh.
Give him the baby ones. Give him the
God,
baby goggles.
I'm dying for the day that you guys get fucking Zog a fucking monocle.
I was gonna say, imagine those like really cross-eyed babies that they put the funny baby goggles on.
Oh my gosh.
It's very funny.
But yeah, so eventually Zog, seemingly missing, gets mad and like goes over and just like punches the top of the stalagmite. It does not break, and you hear like a crack from one of his knuckles, and he just begins rubbing it. Blood blatantly pouring out, and he doesn't seem to care. And he just goes and sits in a corner and starts pouting as the other 2 head off hunt.
And they just see that we are now in a gray bubble.
Oh my
Do they
god.
seem concerned about that?
Not especially. Like,
Also, this is the bubble. The green bubble there is the size of what the bubble would be.
okay.
It's a radius of 10.
So, with that, guys, rest for the rest of the evening. Oh, you have just enough room.
Yep. That's enough room for everybody. And fit up to 9 creatures, so it is just enough.
It's just enough with the dogs!
Yep.
So, you guys...
Onyx technically cannot fit.
He's heckin' small. He can fit.
No. Simon something back and somebody gets fucking pushed out. Fucking expelled.
You all get launched out. It's just Sophia now.
It's just Sophia and Onyx.
Alright, so, with that, you guys rest, discuss plans. Eventually you finish a night's rest in the afternoon to evening. If you wish to change any spell slots, anything like that, now is the time to do so.
Well, you know it, dude. Here's a fun before after dark for you guys. I prepared water walk in case we had to wade through human feces.
Now I can unprepare it.
I'm now
Pretty
going
funny.
to unprepare it, so hopefully we don't need that.
Guys, I'm full on spell slots. Isn't that nice?
I love that in Under a Mountain is when Nick decides to prepare water walk.
I didn't want to be wading
spell.
through feces. I also
Pretty
really
good.
like that spell, yeah.
He
It's
wants to
very-
be the Jesus.
He just wants to be Jesus.
Listen, we're walking out of a cave, so be happy. The thing
Why?
Jesus is known for.
What do I trade for water walk?
You also get
Should I-
locate objects.
Should I also? Yeah, I was gonna say, do I need to also get locate objects?
Everyone should have
I
it.
think,
You
I think
get
the
locate.
girls
You
can
get
handle locate
locate.
object because I can't concentrate on
Whoa.
silence and it at the same time.
There you go.
What do I not need? Do I not need detect
Walk will
thoughts?
concentrate on. You do. You do need it. You do.
I always-
You do.
I always-
Really good one. That's
I always have detect thoughts.
Savage do it.
I'm about to remove Astral Comet because I prefer to have a major image just in case.
Oh, who needs a real comet when you can have a fake comet?
Listen,
Oh,
you
man.
can pretend that there's like a bunch of people. Just freak them out, and then you have Owen do whatever the other thing is to do booming
Thaumaturgy?
voice. Yes, and then just freak them out. See,
Man.
that's
So,
way better.
so next
than
level
Astral
Walker
Comet.
gets locate object, right?
I have a
see.
super spicy plan for my boy.
All right. While you guys get your super spicy plan together, we're gonna take one last break before we bring it on
Are you
home.
getting?
Right.
I used this. I can only use it twice per. Why didn't that work?
It's gotten funny.
You've got robotic deck.
Nope.
Body
Oh.
speed.
Now he's spamming orders demand.
Is it better now?
Oh no! Now he's
Yeah.
now Owen is threatening people while you guys try and rest in a
Sorry,
fucking bubble.
I was lagging and I clicked the wrong thing twice.
Here, let me fix that for you.
Not that thing. This thing.
There you go. Get your good spell slots back. All right.
Got the juice.
So you guys spend the rest of the day resting, relaxing, being very surprised at how easy it was to get through that cave in. I'll throw this one at you. It never occurred to the ogres to try and pull things. Just, you know. That's your
I mean,
freebie.
it makes sense. You want to go that way.
Yeah,
push
you
them
go
back.
that way, so you go that way. If you want to go backwards, you can't go backwards and go that way.
I'm pretty sure we figured that. Since the blockage was
I
still
remember
there.
someone in the chat made a joke about being a door.
I think it was.
It was Logan or
Someone-
Mitchell, I think. Then the other one said a gate. But I digress. It is
Digressing.
sometime well after sundown at this point. You are all rested, prepared. Some of you may have spent time sleeping. I don't know. You've changed your spells. What are you doing?
Do we get word from Onyx on the location of the Eminent?
At one point, at about sundown, he headed down during the shift change for the Soul Striders, and came back to his manor with a Soul Strider with him. That is the last Onyx saw.
Cool.
No, it's fine.
Cool.
It's fine.
Cool.
It's fine. It's fine. Silence. It's fine. It's fine.
Oh, it's extremely cool. That's really, really cool, dude. Oh my god, that's so fucking cool.
As long as he doesn't counterspell me, we're good.
He is our target. He is our 100% our target.
Just silence him, and then we'll chop him into little pieces. It's fine.
So here's the issue, right? We need someone to grab both of them because we can't have either escaping.
Well, ideally, they won't understand what's happening unless they know the limitations of the silence spell. And we know then we have never seen Eminent exhibit magical abilities of his own, right?
He is an Aasimar. He does have magical abilities, that is known.
Okay, fuck.
But they're more like healers.
No, you are not. As far as general knowledge, the Eminent does not seem to have expanded magical.
Sophia also, not Sophia, Lori has shown you guys what kind of basic magic
Aasimar can do. Yeah.
Because she was allowed to do it. And, or...
Quick follow-up question then. How long would it take to travel from the mine entrance to a spot that's within 1,000 feet of the Eminence Manor?
No more than a few minutes, probably.
Okay, we're good. We're Operation Smash and Grab is
Operation We're good. So is Ishri doing the find object, locate object thing here though? Question.
Near the entrance.
Near the entrance. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we should. Right, we get out of the cave, is what you're saying. Go a couple minutes and then locate object. Then, right? So that we're not.
But in theory, you would be closer before you start climbing.
Only one of Walker's spells isn't verbal, and it's the bola toss. He can throw some bolas.
I mean, that's a pretty useful thing to be able to do.
On the Soul Strider. Soul Strider gets held by the bolas, and then Evian fucking pushes it. Listen, Evian rages. He fucking runs at the guy. He fucking pushes him to the ground with his big man hands, and then holds him there with his other big man hand.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Sorry, I got a little excited. I want to play a strong character in this game at some point. Why aren't you lifting people more often, Mitchell? Just to show you can.
Just to show that you can.
Fucking
as if controlled by an otherworldly force, Evian's gonna walk over to Walker and just lift him up and.
That's not impressive, though. It'd be impressive if you did it to Ishri while her armor was on.
Just to annoy Walker.
So anyway,
Ishri is going to Hannah, and people can stop me, but Ishri will even say, Ishri will say, I think we should wait until we're outside the mouth of the cave, so that we have a better sense of immediate direction of where we're going instead of just getting twisted around in the cave. Yes, we're gonna have to exit the cave no matter what, unless it's not actually in the city, in which case we're very fucked. And Reese going through a bunch of shit. Yes.
It has to be here.
Yes.
Before we go, do you all mind if I cast the dice before we exit the mine?
What's a few more minutes at this point?
I don't see why not.
Very well, then. Mekarad, Noriho, and anyone else who cares to listen, watch over us all. And Owen's gonna make he's gonna just look down at his hands, shake his charm loose, say a little prayer, and then he'll start moving towards the exit of the pile of rubble that we have to get through.
All right. Start moving in that direction. What are you guys doing? You're casting the dice, Owen?
Near as we get to the exit, Walker would. I guess is he doing that before then? When is he doing
so like he'll once we get. You said there's like a T-junction then, and like the entrance is up.
Yes, it's about
one of the
a
T's.
20-25 minute climb up very steep stairs.
So he'll, try not to block any. It's dark outside, right?
Yes.
He'll kind of, poke his head out, look both ways, realize that he can't see anything, signal for Walker or Ishri to take a look instead.
Walker does.
And if nobody's there, he'll step out into the fresh air of a garish night in autumn. Take a deep breath of the hopefully much less stinky air, and
the overpowering smells finally starting to fade.
And he'll kind of settle down to concentrate for a few minutes. Maybe, before he does so, he'll clear a space to where he can cast the dice.
You're doing this at the mouth of the cave? Or
yeah, if there's room, or if there's not room, he'll step just outside of it.
Well, like I said, outside of it, there is a a slight set of stairs going up, and then it comes to that deck with the small building. So you're it's like you're in like a little how do I describe it? A trenched area outside of the cave right now, I guess. You don't hear anything right now outside of the regular sounds of a civilization that has been subjugated by an invading force.
Then he would cast it outside, wishing to leave the mine behind him. And after a few minutes of concentrating, he'll release the magic, and he'll murmur, mostly to himself. He'll murmur, Karad, when will we succeed in our search for the binding? And he'll cast the dice.
It is, unfortunately, much as you expected. One lands on the broken carving, and another on the solid.
Like many things we do.
I think Owen kind of regards the dice for a moment. And then he kind of looks up and to the east, and he kind of smiles a little bit. And then he takes them up and tucks them away. And nods to the others.
And Walker will be passing without trace. He will retrieve the amulet from his fucking inside jacket pocket, hold it out, and speak the words. We will not be followed. We will not be seen. And as before, everyone feels slightly lighter, and Those who are wearing the more heavy of armor notice that a distinct muffle to it.
Can I get a marching order, please?
I guess we don't need to be in the cave now.
You do not need to be in a cave map. Maybe ever again.
God.
Maybe never again. Oh, that's
wait,
good
hold
thought.
on. Wait, are we just keeping the same marching order?
I mean,
Why
it
not?
makes sense. We chose it for a
Most
reason.
ideal, yeah.
Yeah, Simon's near the front. He has the map. You know.
Owen's
Yeah.
been here before, so.
Before we start climbing through the cave, Ishri is going to say, are we not disguising ourselves in any way, shape, or form?
Sophia would have
Are
put
we
on
just relying-
makeup to like minimize her tattoos and would have offered to put makeup on on Ishri's face just so it looked a little bit closer to
Give her a little bit of color!
Ishri,
Ugh.
as you like lead up to do that, Ishri just changes her and she casts herself.
well, I guess since we're already using magic to not be loud, we might as it doesn't matter if it's magic or not.
My sword is magical, and I'm not leaving that behind.
Our goal is not to be seen
Fair enough.
whatsoever here. They'll know immediately as soon as we begin.
I just meant because if they could sense the magic.
That's not what I meant. I was responding to Ishri.
Well, if they see a glance of regular-looking people, they're less likely to immediately act than people who look very out of the ordinary, even whether we're seen or not. That's just a good precaution, I believe.
Did we get an idea of like the patrols? That was another thing that we wanted.
Yes, I meant to say this. We never came back to it. It is unfortunately that this is Red Band Patrol. They are incredibly inconsistent.
Oh, okay.
You will have two people walking in unison, like together, as if having a conversation, nothing for 10 minutes. Then you'll have a person walking by, taking a piss and continuing, and then 30 seconds behind them, someone else. You'll have a group of 5 people just walking together like a school clique. There is no consistency to their patrols.
Yeah, the question was how many people are in the house?
At least from what Onyx has seen, 2 Red Band soldiers, the Soul Strider, and the Eminent.
That's not too many.
At
How many
least.
downstairs is the question. All right, well, I guess that's everything.
And
then.
presumably the Eminent Squire.
So 5 people. Man, shame for that guy, where he's also getting ganked.
Oh.
Could we? So like we've got 3 animals that we can communicate with telepathically.
Yeah.
Can we use those as like outriders to, like Onyx is our fucking drone that we can use to be like, take a left. Next right.
No, guards coming. Return.
Yeah,
like
that kind of shit. Some spy movie shit.
I mean, if
Like, you
anything,
wouldn't
it would
even
be
see
Sin
the dark,
going
right?
forward,
Because
since
somehow
Sin has
it's
passed without trace.
One of the things, though, is Onyx does have to be within 100 feet to communicate.
So he can fly 100 feet above us.
I mean, it's night.
Yeah. Okay.
Or like, 50 feet above it. 50 feet's a pretty long way up. Like, that's 5
Yeah.
stories up, man.
All right. Oh.
Or
Familiars
3
are
stories
awesome.
up. I don't remember.
It depends on how big the stories are.
Yeah.
So
This
with
is a pretty long
that,
story.
ugh. So
Thank
with
you.
that, stealth checks, please, and then we will go from there.
I'd like to ask
Rage?
for Karat's. I'd like to ask for Karat's guidance in my
Oh.
mission.
All right.
Oh my.
Perception checks. Can I get them top to bottom?
Stealth first?
Yeah, I meant stealth. Yeah.
Stealth.
So
Yeah, from top
Don't
to bottom.
forget
I
your
think it's
plus
already out the
tab.
window then.
I'm trying to figure out like when I'm supposed to go. Who's going next?
Don't worry about it. Just get the stealths out.
Okay.
Oh, big.
Oh, I didn't do the
Oh, you
plus 10.
didn't
I'm
do it.
sorry. I
19's
forgot.
still pretty good.
Oh, disadvantage. Sorry. Let me do that again.
Just roll again. You want checks from Sin and Lily?
Yes, Sin and Lily as well.
Ishri, why?
12 is not.
Or average is still pretty good. Average is still pretty good.
Ishri, why?
Oh, I thought that was before the plus 10! Oh my god.
No,
Hey
no.
there, Sin.
Alright, Lily the dog, please.
Sin's bringing up Ishri. Ishri's mod.
Lily the dog.
Lily the
Gotta
dog!
Gotta make up for the average.
Oh.
God, is Lily the dog? Did she lead? Did she lead it?
She's leading. She's doing pace.
Damn, everyone rolled pretty much below average on this, but the fucking plus 10 is really
Yeah,
good.
the pass without trace is saving you. Next question. As you guys begin to move down the mountain, who's doing what? Like, anyone keeping an eye out? This is a little bit less than travel, so I'm not going to force, front and back. It's up to...
An eye out
All right, for anything in the back?
for anything.
Okay, anything that might sneak up on you.
Exactly, anything unexpected. Or
Option check from Evian.
It's pretty good.
Also, Ishri should be casting her location spell.
Oh,
at
yeah.
some-
Didn't we decide we're choosing it once we get out of the mouth of the cave?
We're out
Yeah,
of the
this
mouth.
is coming out of the mouth of the cave when you guys are doing this.
It's go time, Hannah.
Yeah.
We've already gone through the shit. Okay, sorry. I
Well,
thought
we
that-
didn't have to go through the shit. Shit isn't like between us and the thing. It's just on like the.
it was
like,
off to the side. Like, I'm sure you had to step through some, but like, most of it
okay.
fell off to the side.
I expected disgusting, vivid descriptions. All right, so once we get within what we think is...
Let's rewind. Come on, Ben. Let's hear it.
Oh, sorry.
No. Hannah?
Hannah.
Oh, once we get within what we are very sure is going to be 1,000 feet, Ishri is going to cast Locate Object, and she's going to say, Nobuhiro, I ask for your guidance, please, if you are able to show me, where is the nearest binding?
That strange warmth that other people connotate as very negative, that you find very homely, begins to try and isolate a signature of arcane energy. And we continue. Who else is rolling something?
Walker will be directing Sin in her hearing check.
Okay.
Of course, looking out for any nearby patrols, and especially ones that we might encounter.
Sin going ahead?
Like maybe a few feet, not super.
Okay. As you guys move past the deck with the small house, starting to move down the mountain under the cover of darkness, Sin, her ears just kind of perk up, and she immediately just turns her head to the side to the strange, like, the small building, and immediately you're like, oh fuck, and she's like, hear that? And you're like, what? And someone or something, like, she immediately, like, full-on hunting dog just turns toward.
Sin spotted something.
And as you guys stop, Ishri, the direction of the manor, you can feel the arcane signature of a binding.
Oh no.
Just as
Which
you all
manor?
predicted. The
Which one?
manor of the Eminent.
The farther one.
Yes, the one on the southern end. Not the mayor's house that has the adjudicator, but the one with the Eminent that you were watching.
Can we just like gank him on the way by? Like, do we have time for that?
We don't have time.
So,
What about on the way back?
Talk about later.
So, as Sin just turns and, like, she's growling, and Evian, you hearing it from the back, like, you guys have, like, probably a solid, like, I imagine you're keeping some distance between each other as well to keep it a little bit less conspicuous. But Evian, you hear that and you kind of like turn and you can see there are eyes. There is someone looking at you through a window in that house there.
Oh, fuck.
In the mayor house?
No, the house,
not
the house
mining
with the mining supplies outside of the mine that seemed abandoned that's on the deck.
Oh, fuck.
Dude, is it that kid?
It's probably that kid.
Oh,
It's that
goddamn,
kid.
the closest person to me is Ishri.
We had to silence him.
What are you guys doing?
But none of us
We're
know
not killing
besides
a
for
kid.
Evian.
I'm gonna...
Evian,
Walker-
Evian,
Walker-
Walker, and
Walker-
Sin.
Walker stated Sin's found someone.
Oh, okay,
And
that's
I think it's pretty obvious what Sin is.
Yeah, as you guys are starting to wind down the path, like that's when Sin just stopped and turned back and noticed it.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck. I'm gonna point it out to Ishri, Ram, and Sophia.
The vague moonlight echoing through their eyes disappears as they seem to hide whoever this is, disappearing from the window.
I can make Evian invisible so that he can get there quietly and quickly to make sure that there's no one who would give us out.
You should go, Evian, before they raise an alarm.
Do you want me to tie them up, or
See who it
to
is.
silence them?
Knock them out if you can.
Maybe gag them just in case, depending on.
And Evian's gonna...
Do I make you invisible?
That is up to you.
The door might be locked.
Sorry, what did Walker say?
The door might be
Door
locked.
Might be locked.
I mean, if he's invisible, I'm sure Evian can find a way in.
Evian nods in agreement at that.
I will make Evian invisible.
And
Make
with
it quiet, whatever it
that,
is.
Evian will make himself scarce.
Double back, and now Evian with invisibility and an ass ton of stealth and pass without trace.
And she would say, Evian, and she'll hand you a sheet of paper and a pen quill, just in case something goes out.
Just real quick, do you know how to write in Lenorian? Because I cannot write in Garish.
I can read Garsh and Nori.
Okay.
I'm fine.
And then she looks over to Simon, who has the other sheet of paper.
And Sin will also go with Evian to make
All right.
sure she has the
Sin and
stealth bonus.
Evian, you make your way towards... It's small. Like, it cannot be more than 2 rooms.
Okay.
Make your way.
I'm waiting for this reveal.
Is... If I move around it to the front door, is that unlocked?
You try the door?
Yes. Quietly,
Click.
if possible.
I mean, as quiet as
Yeah,
a loud
as quiet as
click
you
of an
can.
old door. Seemingly very quiet, but definitely echoing here can be. You hear breathing, heavy breathing, and the sounds of armor coming from within.
Oh,
Oh,
fuck
no.
me, dude.
Fuck.
Cool, cool.
Not unlike Ishri after a fight. The sounds.
If I can stop myself from touching the doorknob if I hear that.
I mean, you hear it like as you turn it and click it and start moving it.
Is it unlocked?
Yeah, it was unlocked.
Fucking go through with it. And
Oh, God.
I will, at the same time as I shove the door open, I will leap back like 5 or 6 feet.
Shove the
my
door
God.
open and then... Nothing for a second. And then you see... you hear the sounds of like the clanking of armor, and then a moment later, a silhouette darting out the door, running.
Oh no.
I cast all person.
Oh,
Okay.
Oh my
I
god.
was gonna say. I was
I
gonna
throw
say.
some, I
I'm
throw
just
some
gonna-
fucking bolas at it. I also
Far.
throw some
How
bolas.
far
was-
away is he?
Is it within 60 feet?
Probably about...
I don't think we would have let him go that.
Yeah, I want to
Yeah.
get like a single attack off on him if I can and try to stun him.
Okay, Evian, you're getting
Just
first chance, and I'm
him.
gonna say probably about 50, 60 feet.
I'm gonna throw some bolas if he can't stun him.
You should have just tripped him.
It could be like a.
If he's stunned, he can't scream.
13's not
yeah,
gonna hit.
Oh, Fuck me.
Bola toss from Walker.
As he, like, with shield in hand, just throws it, and, like, with surprising...
Would I have advantage because I'm invisible or no?
Yes, yes, he would.
Yeah, you would.
Yeah, come on. Roll better, motherfucker, please.
Just roll again, yeah. Even just instinctively, this man very blatantly well-trained with a shield.
Oh, God.
Walker, Bola toss, please.
All right. That is a what save?
That is a...
Strength save.
Strength save, please eat shit. Please eat shit.
Fucking
Please. Bit bop.
Oh, no.
Vince, we're taking this time checking
Cast hold person.
Oh my
Definitely
God!
cast hold person. I 100% cast hold person.
All right.
You're telling me he's gotta fuck up eventually, right?
All right.
I mean-
That's a wisdom save?
Correct.
He's got a better DC than me.
Oh my God!
Please do something, Logan. Please tell me you have something.
All right. Simon cast
Fireball is
fucking
No.
chin of binding.
Oh my God!
Okay.
After
Succeed.
seeing all of his friends fail,
Oh my God.
Simon sighs.
All right. Another strength save.
You got a +6 to strength.
I mean, that's what I got.
As throwing, this man throws his shield into the ground, blocking this bola coming at his legs with surprising dexterity, and then just blatantly, Owen, you start casting, focusing, trying to be as quiet as you can, and he just stumbles, and then this chain just goes wrapping around, and he just falls to the ground and starts turning. Just drawing a short sword as he does, turning around towards you.
Can I try to get him in a
Walker.
chokehold?
Hello.
You start moving towards him as well? Like, you're all moving towards him?
we're all going.
Walker, you recognize this as Darren Massey.
No!
And that is where
What was
we
the
are
last
going
word?
to go ahead.
What was the last word there? His father?
Oops.
Darren Massey.
Actual Darren Massey?
Yes, and that is where we are going to end tonight's session.
Someone,
I knew it'd be something, you fucking bastard!
Oh.
someone you know?
You fucking bastard!
Wait, was he your quarry or was he one of your bounty buds?
You'll find out.
Oh, that's gonna be a fun way to start next session.
I hate it here.
We're killing him. He dies. Like
No! No!
He's dead.
he dies. Sorry, dude.
Sorry, Walker.
Also, Ben and Sophia would have cast mage armor at some point before they leave because, you know.
That is where we end tonight's session
Man,
with you
I can't wait to
guys.
start next week's sessions with Evian snapping this guy's
Raining
right in front of
hell
me.
down on someone that... I'm imagining you guys all move and Walker just freezes. That's gonna be
He
fun.
just yells the way William yelled.
Everyone knows you guys are here now. Oh my god.
God damn it.
He died. Sorry,
That
dude.
was
We
something.
had to
Holy
talk.
shit.
We had to talk. Sacrifice must be made. He's got to die.
You gotta die.
He's gotta
Jesus.
die.
God, what a fucking badass. Do you see how much shit he avoided?
I kind of set it up like I described him blocking a bola with surprising practice dexterity.
God, what a fucking badass. Darren, my fucking
He ain't got
boy.
practice shit. He fucking rolled hot on his
He did
wisdom
roll some
save.
hot shit.
I mean, but it fits with the so far.
Sometimes the dice fit
description.
the story.
I
Like
also
now.
rolled like shit.
So. Oh man. Next week's gonna be fucking fun, you guys.
I have-
Next week.
I have a single spell per spell level besides for 4th level.
This motherfucker wastes so much hard shit. God,
I mean-
Walker's gonna have some words.
And you find out. You will find out.